Alright, we doing this shit. Are we doing it? Hold on. Are we doing it? Oh my God, we're doing it. Carson Macedo's on, guys. Carson Macedo is here. Spiritually. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, Carson Macedo is here. The emergency episode. Did we spell episode right? I think we did. Hold on, let's see if we got a text back. We didn't get a text back. We're trying. We're trying, ladies and gentlemen. The episode is here. Hold on. Oh, hold on, man. The song's so good, guys. Can you not hear the damn song? Listen to the song. My face is going red. It's matching the hat. Hold on, listen to it.
I don't give a damn, but the bake statement's lately adding up to the junk that the crazy man's making. Reckon her, reckon him. Non-binary, baby, who knows? If I don't like him, I slide him. Like Carson Macedo, and they can growl about it. Lonely like old bro Joe. Cartel gonna care for me, not you, cause I'm the CEO. I'm here to fight, look in the sink with my torpedoes. Carson Macedo. And I don't know where we go from here and what we think about it, but it seems to me, gotta be about it. Time for talk and speak comes across as weak, especially when dotting I's are crossing T's. It seems to be what they all want and what they need. And then you'll go, oh no, just like them cars. Down he goes, and then they get to finally feel like Carson Macedo. If I don't like him, I slide him.
Down he goes, bitch.
Carson Macedo, and they can growl about it. Lonely like old bro Joe. Cartel gonna care for me, not you, cause I'm the CEO. I'm here to fight, look in the sink with my torpedoes. Carson Macedo.
Oh, this is it. Listen to him. Too damn good, ladies and gentlemen. We're cranking her down. Oh my God. Oh my. Once again, the Chaz on all your streaming outlets, your social media platforms, your Pandora, your Spotify, your High Limit Heisting, your World of Outlaw Lion, your pieces of fucking shit. It's all over the way. The Chaz. Oh yeah, see the entertainment. You can't even speak this fast, can you, Chase Rodman? How did you hold your composure next to Kyle Busch? I don't understand. How did you not slap him, Chase? You should have slapped him. I know he's a little tall and a little skinny. You should have slapped him. Provisional these nuts, Chase. No, I'm just playing. I got to back her down. I like Kyle Busch. I actually think Kyle Busch is my spirit animal. We're going to be saying it right now. We're going to be saying it a lot. Kyle Busch is our spirit animal. Does anybody disagree? He's the only one telling NASCAR what it is, and that's because he's on the way out. They're kicking him out because he ain't got no damn money. He's too old. They don't like him anymore. You know, they're making fun of him. But out of all the things that we could say here on the show about Kyle Busch or about the Ginger Kitty, Hold on. We got a little special. If you haven't followed the Chaz, we were at Kennedale Speedway Park, where the World of Outlaws were located this weekend. And we had some exclusive interviews with Donnie Schatz, David Gravel. If you ain't been on the channel, you've been casted out. You ain't even worth it. You've been casted out. But we do have something clipped for you tonight. Hold on, we'll take the lights off. Clipped for you tonight. God, this show right here needs to be live. This needs to be the dingus. You know, post-race every night, Knoxville Nationals Week, the dingus. They could throw stuff at me, hit me in the face. This is the show right here. We put on a show on the Chaz. Anyway, we do have some interesting comments clipped from our lives this weekend. It does have to do with a ginger kitty. Hold on. Over here. Hold on. Let me listen to this, guys. This is I fell down laughing making this video. Listen to the audio in this one, please. Listen to this. If Brad was here, would he be really mad?
Brad who?
A guy who can't say his last name.
Oh, Ginger Kitty.
Is it? What is a ginger kitty? Oh my god! When did you come up with Ginger Kitty as a name?
I come up with a lot of shit right off the cuff, buddy.
And he's doing a great thing for the sport, correct?
I hope so. Time will tell, right?
Right. You are the #1 pick in the draft, right?
I don't know. We don't draft.
I mean, if I was High Limit, I'd be coming. His true feelings here, guys. His true feelings. Listen. After the 2 tomorrow. This is Cody Jacobs, David Gravel's crew chief, the best crew chief in the business right now. I'd be throwing the whole damn bank at y'all. You can have half a flow.
Outlaws are what it's about, buddy.
Okay, why? Because people need to know this, because there's a lot of new people being introduced. Like when I went to NASCAR country, what's this high limit thing?
Just fucking pull up the history of sprint car racing. You're gonna see World of Outlaws, all the greats. That's what it's all about. Fuck that other shit.
So World of Outlaws #1 all day until the day you die.
Yeah, it's more than just money to me. It's about history and
loyalty
and putting yourself in with the elite of our sports. The Steve Kinsers, the Donnie Schatz, the Doug Wolfgangs. Nobody gives a fuck about High Limit, really. I don't think. I mean, when it comes to that aspect, yeah, they got big money, but
if Brad was here, he's not holding back here, guys. Did y'all hear this nickname? By the way, we're trying to get Brad Sweet on the show. We may not. Broke Joe matters more than Brad Sweet, does he not? But listen to this. This is too damn good for the raw and authentic Cody Jacobs. He is obviously an outlaw rider dyer. Hold on, can we hear this nickname one more time, guys? I can't believe it. Listen to this. Would he be really mad?
Brad who?
A guy who can't say his last name.
Oh, Ginger Kitty.
Is it? Hold on, one more time. Hold on. What is a ginger kitty? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's too good, guys. That's too good. When did you come up with Ginger Kitty as a name?
I come up with a lot of shit right off the cuff, buddy.
And he's doing a great thing for the sport, correct?
I hope so. Time will tell, right?
We're gonna have to start doing exclusive content with Cody Jacobs. This is too damn good. All right, you are the #1 pick in the draft, right? He gets serious here. He gets serious.
I don't know. We don't draft.
I mean, if I was High Limit, I'd be coming after the 2 tomorrow. I'd be throwing the whole damn bank at y'all. You can have half a flow.
Outlaws are what it's about, buddy.
Okay, why? Because people need to know this, because there's a lot of new people being introduced. Like when I went to NASCAR country, what's this high limit thing?
Just fucking pull up the history of sprint car racing. You're gonna see World of Outlaws, all the greats. That's what it's all about. Fuck that.
Oh my, that's some truth, huh?
Other shit.
So World of Outlaws #1 all day until the day you die.
Yeah, it's more than just money to me. It's about history and
loyalty
and putting yourself in with the elite of our sports. The Steve Kinsers, the Donnie Schatz, the Doug Wolfgangs. Nobody gives a fuck about High Limit, really. I don't think. I mean, when it comes to that aspect, yeah, they got big money, but
if Brad was guys, I mean, hold on. Is Cody Jacobs not? I called him. I made a joke this night. I said, "You're the Grim Reaper. Look at him. He looks like the Grim Reaper right there. He's the Grim Reaper of this scenario. I think Cody Jacobs could single-handedly save the World of Outlaws. If they could get more people to be outspoken like this and say it like this, I mean, this could be what saves them. I know that they're corporate. We got to be corporate. This is the shit that's going to save the World of Outlaws. This style of, I know, I reference wrestling from time to time. We're going to talk about that tonight because I think High Limit's doing some wrestling shit. But it's like Cody and this 2-car and David Gravel, who could trump the High Limit series. Like, Corey Day wins, Darren Pittman wins, Christopher Bell wins, and Brad Sweet wins. Everybody who's been watching sprint car racing could sit here and say Bitch, David Gravel's better than you. This guy, Cody Jacobs, the crew chief, is one of the reasons he's better than you. So it's like, this could be the Degeneration H, because it's Huset's, right? So instead of Degeneration X, like Triple H and shit, this could be the Degeneration H for, like, the new, like, High Limit NASCAR Kyle Larson fans who just love racing and sprint cars all of a sudden. They could do way more damage than Justin Sanders. Hold on. One more time with this nickname. This is the household name for 2025, guys. This is it right here. Hold on. Let's hear it. Right here we go. One more time. We got 100 plus people in the chat. Brad Sweet's on another show. I'm trying to get Brad Sweet in. He texted me. He said, "What show? Bitch, you don't know what show? I'm not even going to follow up. You'll know about this show by the time we're done with it, Brad." Anyway, let's just hear what Cody's opinions, once again, one more time. This is from our live. Donnie Schatz was way harsher on Brad, for the record. Go check the channel. Here's what Cody said. Hold on. Ride this to the sunshine, World of Outlaws. It's your only chance. Would he be really mad?
Brad who?
A guy who can't say his last name.
Oh, Ginger Kitty.
Is it? What is a Ginger Kitty? Oh my God. When did you come up with Ginger Kitty as a name?
I come up with a lot of shit right off the cusp, buddy.
And he's doing a great thing for the sport, correct?
I hope so. Time will tell, right?
Look at that smile. Look at that smile. He knows what we're talking about. He knows what we're talking about, guys. The new Kyle Larson dick suckers who watch High Limit, the Larsonites. I've named this name for fucking 5 years. The Larsonites who are bloodstreaming the High Limit series don't know what I'm talking about. He does. Look at that face. He does. All right. You are the number one pick in the draft, right?
I don't know. We don't draft.
I mean, if I was High Limit, I'd be coming after the 2 tomorrow. I'd be throwing the whole damn bank at y'all. You can have half a flow.
Outlaws are what it's about, buddy.
Okay, why? Because people need to know this, because there's a lot of new people being introduced. Like when I went to NASCAR country, what's this High Limit thing?
Just fucking pull up the history of sprint car racing. You're gonna see World of Outlaws, all the greats. That's what it's all about. Fuck that other shit.
So World of Outlaws #1 all day until the day you die.
Yeah, it's more than just money to me. It's about history and
loyalty
and putting yourself in with the elite of our sports. The Steve Kinsers, the Donnie Schatz, the Doug Wolfgangs. Nobody gives a fuck about High Limit, really. I don't think. I mean, when it comes to that aspect, yeah, they got big money, but...
Oh, okay. We're done with Cody. We may have to call him tonight. Hold on, we'll see. Do we have a text? Oh, wait, we got a new Tinder match. Hey, she's kind of hot. She's a black chick. Hey, hey, once again, I'm a Section 8 kid from Dallas, Texas. I went to a high school where there was 5 white people. This is why I know how to rap. Hold on. Do you need to hear my rap skills? Hold on. This is me on. Ready to rip, ready to reach. Place my bets. Hey, you taking the all down the gas for show. Let it pass on the grass. Hey, man, I don't discriminate. I'm just saying. I like them thick. Hat fishing. Hold on. We got this new product. We got we're trying to get the tan up here. It is hat fishing a little bit. Hold on. We got to comb that better. Oh, my. Hey, man, if y'all want me to go hatless the whole show, I ain't insecure. I look like the Predator. Look at that Predator. Look at that. Hey, that is hat fishing. We got to get a tan up here. If it was tanned, it wouldn't look bad. Y'all, hey, man, I'm only wearing this to support Ryder LaPlante because the sumbitch can't race when I'm around, but apparently he races pretty good. Anyways. Oh, no. What's the YouTube chat saying? I did pay attention to the hat fishing comment. Now my insecurity is up. Who gives a fuck? I don't care my hat. Chaz is banned from Huset's. Yes, I know. It's a very interesting relationship, ladies and gentlemen. I don't get it. I don't know why Huset's doesn't. Yeah, Hulk Hogan. Dude, I'm telling you. I'm trying to do this new, like, Hulk Hogan, like, we got the curls. We got natural hair that looks good back here. I'm trying to devise a new plan. I mean, all of y'all at the racetrack are wearing hats. We know why. At least I do. But yes, we are still. We aren't. But there's a relationship that honestly, here's the situation. Honestly, there is a relationship that if it was to be repaired, this Houston situation, I know somebody just referenced it. If the Chaz Houston situation, and we know the people who know, you know, if the Chaz Houston situation was to be repaired properly, not in a patronizing way, not in a I'm so much better than you, you little peasant fat bitch. Not in that way, but in a respectable way. If the Chaz Houston relationship was to be properly repaired, for instance, and the proper powers, instead of this bridge, it's almost like a spark plug. There's like this gap. And if that gap could be rectified to where the lightning could touch the metal, or the conducting properties could be properly or respectfully handled, the world of outlaws would never die. Oh, God. Oh, but let me tell you right now, guys. Let me tell you right now. If that bridge could be gapped properly, High Limit's a blip on the radar. But how things are currently, the gap is there. And High Limit may be on my side of the gap. I'm just saying. High Limit may be on my side of the gap because there's some gapping, if you know what I'm saying. I'm not talking about prison guard gap. I'm not talking about PVC pipe and the whole, barbed wire. There's a gap, though. Anyway, we got to get into actual talking points, right? Oh, God, my phone just lit up. Oh, my. We might be banned from Houston's now again, guys. We're going to have... Bobby Johnson did call me Rain Man. Anyway,
If Brad was here, would he be really mad?
Brad who?
A guy who can't say his last name.
Oh, Ginger Kitty.
Is it?
Okay. We're turning Cody off. This was too good, guys. Too good. No, we're closing them down. Because there's a lot of serious topics. Even though we are too far gone from seriousness. First of all, we got to give honor and praise to Jesus Christ and our Lord and Savior. It is Sunday. Moment of silence. Anyways, on to the webbing situation. Oh, God. Do we talk about this? Do we actually talk about this, guys? There's a car upside down on our screen right now. And it is Ty Gibbs. The cartel tentacles. What did I write here an hour ago? I was on the phone with somebody very important in the racing world prior to this. So I typed all this out. While I was on the phone, I made all these things up. Pittman runs... I gotta refresh myself. Pittman runs out of fuel in Gibbs. By the way, the image to your bottom right is the remains of the Ty Gibbs machine. This is what happens, though, and this is my honest opinion. We can go down it and be Kyle Busch and say, oh, well, XYZ happened. Hold on, they did the replay here. Which Chase Robin, apparently, he's such a bad guy because he was calling the fucking race and he didn't pay attention to Ty Gibbs. We actually actually, this happened down here, I believe. This chat situation. Yeah, right here. Yeah, look, we'll blow this up. Look, I'm doing this for you, Chase. I love you. He had my back one night when I was going to get in a fight. This guy comes in here and comments, Chase, not very good at keeping an eye on all the cars on the track, just the front with Kyle Larson. Chase comes in here and says, next time, I don't know if I can do a Chase Rodman imitation because I respect him too much, way more than Johnny Gibson. He says, next time I'll make sure to watch 19th place on lap 1 of the feature. Thanks for the advice, Chad. Of course, this is Chase Rodman being smartass 2.0. I come in here, I tell the truth. I tell the truth. Chase Rodman, if you would have been right on it, it would be way to avoid the rest of the field. Just talk about the silver spooner. There's no winning with the crowd. And that's the point. That is the point, ladies and gentlemen. There's no winning with the crowd in this entire dirt racing scenario. There's no winning. There's no winning. So you can't take the criticism as it is for the face value. You got to stay away from the comment sections. I did it very well for many years. I slowly started paying attention. It messed with my ego. And once again, for those who are worried about, whatever, being called narcissist, there's a big difference between narcissism and confidence. Narcissism basically doesn't care about anybody. Confidence does. If you watch the Chaz, we care about a lot of people. The narcissists more so are the ones commenting. They're just so small in the world around us. That's why they like to talk in a narcissistic way. They feel unimportant because they haven't done anything to feel important. So it's a small man syndrome. I'm not going to say the ginger kitty, but I'm getting close. Anyway, this is what will happen. In my opinion, this Ty Gibbs scenario, and Kyle Busch did a good job. Hold on, they got the slow-mo up here. We can't play it because Flo's going to flag the video. They may have already flagged the video. That's fine. I'll text Riggs B tomorrow and get this taken care of. So anyway, Sterling Kling, who, what's he doing here, has the money. So basically this is Sam Haferteep Jr. If Sterling Kling has the money for 10 more years, he'll be just as good as Sam. But he's in the early stages of Sam. He's in the way, doesn't enter the corner correctly. Ty Gibbs swerves to miss him because he's lifting. Like, what are you doing, amateur? He goes up out of the groove and tries to gas the car to get it back into the groove and ends up capsizing the vehicle and flips it upside down. So basically, there's inexperience on two sides of the mantle here. There's inexperience on Sterling Kling, not being a 20-year veteran in wing sprint car racing like a Sam, because he doesn't enter the car properly. Ty Gibbs is like, what the fuck? His inexperience, though, when he pushes out of the groove here, thinks, well, I'll just drive the car back down into the groove. And you can't technically do that in a 900 horsepower, 1,400-pound rocket ship. Because when you do that with 900 horsepower, 1,400-pound rocket ships, they capsize, and that's technically what happened. A veteran, at this point where we're seeing this after Sterling Kling made his 15H move, well, once again, 2008-9 15H move. Once he made that move, Ty Gibbs is out of the groove with some throttle because he was trying to drive it normally. He's out. He's pushed up. So right here, a normal driver probably would have got out of it completely, drug a lot of brake, tried to just lock the car down. Because when you put brake on a sprint car, I know y'all don't believe it. I've actually drove a sprint car. When you put brakes on a sprint car, it kind of squats the suspension because the car's kind of floating on the bars. It's floating on the bars, the arms, the whatever they got their sets at for ride heights is floating on the shocks. You're kind of this floating chassis on these on these wheels and extremities. So a veteran would have just shut the fucking car down basically. And Ty Gibbs didn't know that you could do that. I guess he didn't abort. And when you don't abort, this is what happens to non-aborted vehicles. It's fine on his part. It's fine on his part. He doesn't know what he's doing. But this is why guys and other guys spend 10 years to learn what to do. Even though you may have some general racing and mechanical ability understanding. So in this scenario, personally, this was a lack of inexperience. I think Ty Gibbs racing in our sport is good. I know some people want me to trash Ty Gibbs. You've been talking all these years, Chaz, about these NASCAR guys who want to come into our sport and blah, 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 blah. No, if y'all been watching the Chaz for years, I've been saying, bring motherfucking Max Verstappen up in this motherfucker so we could whoop his ass in front of everybody and show everyone how badass our guys are. I want every one of these people that the world around us, you know, outside of our little bubble out here in dirt track racing, I want the world around us to know what we are capable of. I've been advocating. In fact, when Kyle Larson, once again, came after me 6 years ago talking shit, for those who don't understand it, I reached about 15 million people in 2 months. My first video reached 90,000 people in 3 days. Second video, 120K. Third video, 600K, just on Facebook. And then Kyle came bitching at me. I didn't mention him. He came at me. This is well documented for those who have been with the show. That's why the chat is, oh, how do you have this following? You just talk your shit. The people who know the truth. And basically what I was saying in that 15-ish million people in the month and a half who had watched all my shit, I was simply saying the drivers in dirt track racing are underrepresented, don't get the proper respect in the general society, and if you bring any of your fucking people into our sport, any of them, your Verstappens, your Hamiltons, at the time I think it was Joey Logano's was hot, any of you people, if you try to come race our cars, we will wax your fucking ass. That was my premise. We have the best drivers in the world in the most extreme vehicles the world's ever seen. Now, some people make a living on sucking off the nipple of a different prerogative. I didn't necessarily say it that disrespectfully when this situation occurred, but when you come and slap me, I slap back, especially in the media department. So I am very, very fucking clapping my hands that Ty Gibbs is willing to come over and show the world what we're made of. And that's how you people should see it. Oh, he made the main. Okay, fine, you made some laps. Get in the fucking crowd and see what you can do. It'll be very interesting. We saw. I'm glad he's okay. Rookie mistake. This is true. It's a rookie mistake. I hope Ty Gibbs performs well. I honestly wouldn't even be upset, technically, if in 3 or 4 months Ty Gibbs wins a high limit race. Because of the things that Cody Jacobs said about 15 minutes ago. I don't think he'll win a high limit race. I'm being very bashful. I'm playing sides there a little bit, but y'all should be happy that Ty Gibbs has jumped over into this side of the water. Because in the NASCAR land, as I was explaining before I got slapped by Kyle 7 fucking years ago, I was saying your guys could jump out of your little farm raised fish tank, because that's what NASCAR is. You're either selected like Kyle or Chris, 2 guys. We know a bunch of guys who are just as good as them, but they just get overlooked and all that. You could jump out of your farm-raised little controlled racing organization known as NASCAR. You could jump your ass over here into this open pool. And I was calling them sharks at the time. I said, see, in NASCAR, you're in a controlled aquarium. And that's the truth. In NASCAR, you have an aquarium. There are people like Ty Gibbs. There are Chase Elliott's, which, once again, much respect to Chase. I've had good conversations with Chase. I think I'd have a good conversation with Ty Gibbs because I'm talking about reality. I'm talking about the differences between us and a regular sport. And most people who enjoy appreciation of reality, they like that. Some don't. Once again, who sucks off the nipple? But once again, NASCAR is an aquarium. That's how you have to see it. There's like 4 or 5 people who own the aquarium, and the cars swimming in that aquarium are selected by those people who tentacle the entire fucking series and situation. And you could tentacle it. You could literally look at the money of the industry and see who controls it. And that's why it's so crazy. Like the world around us, they're like, oh, really? Yeah. This guy, that guy, that guy, this money, that money, that money, this OEM, that OEM, this history, DuPont. I mean, you could go down the whole level of how this happens. Yeah, that's just an aquarium. And then you can see, as far as the fish example, that's an aquarium. And yeah, they come over here to the wild and pick out a Kyle. They go fishing. They go poaching. I call it poaching. They go out here and they fish, and they get a wild fish, and they throw it in the aquarium, and all that wild fish can whoop everybody's aquarium ass. Surprised. I'm simply the guy over here saying there's like 150, 200, maybe even 1,000 or 2,000 fish in this wild fucking arena that could go in your aquarium and eat all your fish's ass. Kyle would be right there with them. Bell would be right there with them. But all these fucking fish, these sharks, would eat your entire aquarium's ass up, boy. And so, in saying that, I was like, okay, y'all. 7 years ago, by the way, before Kyle came slapping. It's always provoked, just like Caitlin. I wasn't thinking about Caitlin at the chili bowl till she came up in my fucking face and tried to provoke me. That's when Caitlin entered my mind. Y'all want to be mad about that? Caitlin provoked me. Kyle Larson wasn't a name on my fucking mind until she ran up into my face as I was hanging out with people and wanted to talk some shit. Once again, I'm the big fucking bad guy, right? Because I defend myself. Y'all just don't like how I get defensive. Regardless, I was saying at the time, you little motherfucking aquarium bitches over here in your little aquarium, you think you're so bad and brash? Come jump over here. See what happens. You take your little fish, you little controlling rulers, you pluck your little fish out of your aquarium, and you throw them into this wild fucking waters known as dirt track racing, and we will eat your fucking fish ass alive. You won't survive over here. That's all I was saying. That's offensive for the fish that was chosen, though. Because that fish gets fed very well in that aquarium. I'm hurting some feelings tonight with some truth. But see, that's why they don't like me. They don't like me because I talk about this system. That's also why the fucking pit area does. Not your hard card pit area, but the real pitting area. Where the sharks reside. They like me. That click over there, that tentacle. That's why I call it tentacles. Because see that the little aquarium over there has tentacled its way over here into this pond. Or this river of sharks. So once again, to kind of wrap it up on the subject of Ty Gibbs in a sprint car, we should be salivating at Ty Gibbs getting in a sprint car. Not happy that he fucked up. He made an amateur mistake. He fucked up. But we should be salivating at the opportunity to have those guys in our cars. Because this is the opportunity in dirt track racing to get the one thing that we don't fucking have. That aquarium over there has paid a lot of money for the last 30 years to acquire. Not with facts, but with emulation. We have the opportunity to get respect. Once again, the whole reason I was starting 7 years ago is because I watched all of our dirt track people only get paid that respect when they die. It's pretty fucked up to think right now that ESPN and FS1, all where these NASCAR people are residing right now, all these people, they get their glamour and respect. Our sprint car stars who are doing what this guy flipped about, who are able to understand and comprehend the ability it takes to do these things that they're doing on these dirt tracks, our biggest names we could fathom of thinking about still alive, don't get any respect until they go into that corner and don't come out the other end. That's when they get their 45 fucking seconds on ESPN like Brian Clausen. That's when they get their mention, like Jason, Greg Hodnitz. Hell, even Scott Bloomquist said to fly his fucking ass into a damn barn to get recognition from the world around us and respect. So, throw as many of your fucking farm-raised aquarium fish into our pond. Don't just pick the one that you took from our pond like Kyle and Bell and come back and get some publicity on how you're waxing the fucking water's ass. Bring your fresh meat. We already know our guys can eat your asses up. Bring the other ones so we can get the respect we deserve. And that's why I like this Ty Gibbs scenario. I don't think Ty Gibbs is stupid. He actually seems very intelligent. And for him to be willing to risk his ass to be the example that this dirt racing world needs, because we need the respect, I'm all for it, 100%. I love this Ty Gibbs scenario. I salivate. Once again, all of y'all who are worried, y'all should be salivating. You should be so happy this is occurring. This is your opportunity to show the world what you can do. All of you. Sterling Kling was in front of him. Think about that. That's scary. I mean, I know Sterling Kling's not the best. We're mentioning you only. Don't get mad, Sterling. We're not disrespecting you in a Haferteep way, although you are very similar. But I'm simply saying this is y'all's opportunity. When you get guys in here like this, I'm not saying right rear him. I'm not saying be negative towards him. I'm simply saying go out there and wax his fucking ass. Because y'all are sharks. Y'all dirt track people in the sprint car racing industry, y'all are sharks in the water, man. Y'all are doing some shit that those fucking farm-raised fish can't even imagine. They got sticker headlights. When's the last time Ty Gibbs had 900 fucking horsepower at his foot? Think about that. Might be the first time in his life. Y'all are handling that week in and week out. That deserves some respect. That deserves some credibility, right? What David Gravel does on a week in and week out basis deserves national recognition, correct? Don't get too loud about that, though. Because then Kyle comes slap you around like I did. He slaps you around, gets mad at you. But the cow's a whole nother situation. I ain't going to get into that. Once again, we're going 7 years into history. Y'all don't want the facts. Y'all want y'all's prerogative. And that's fine. I understand the influence of media and marketing. I'm not an idiot. I'm actually kind of smart. Anyway, praise Ty Gibbs. He's taking a risk. Taking a very big risk. Obviously, that wreck was not soft at all. Was very hard. I'm curious on some. Do we have any comments? I'm actually intrigued. Do we have any comments on that? Oh my God, Cody is awesome. Hold on, what we got here? Gibbs gonna die if he continues racing 410s. That's not what I'm saying. That's not gonna happen. We have to make sure Christopher Bell can continue racing, guys. So you can't be saying stuff like that. Yes, a risk publicity stunt. Oh, God. You are missing it. You are missing it completely. All right, we're back to the web. I can't handle your comments. Your comments are just idiotic, in my opinion. Absolutely dumb. Outside of this scenario, there was another scenario that was very interesting, and that was this one. The running out of fuel situation that happened with Darren Pittman. Seems like some people are very upset that Darren Pittman ran out of fuel as the first guy. This is obviously on High Limit's Facebook page. They're upset about it. I don't know why. I mean, obviously, there's fuel tanks. There's rules and regulations, guys. I know some people are like, oh, well, the World of Outlaws have better rules. No, the World of Outlaws, well, the World of Outlaws have the same rules that the High Limit Series does. You could see them here. World of Outlaws says all teams with the World of Outlaws Sprint Car Series will be encouraged to run a 33-gallon fuel tank and bladder at all World of Outlaws Series events. 33 gallons of fuel will be considered as part of the formula utilized when determining the total number of laps prior to refueling in any specified and or announced event. And this is verbatim on the High Limit Sprint Car Series website for their rules. It says all teams with the High Limit Sprint Car Series will be encouraged. It's like weird copy and paste here. I could see why Carter's a little upset. All teams racing with the world, or with the, see, I could say the same thing, with a High Limit Sprint Car Series will be encouraged to run a 33-gallon fuel tank and bladder at all High Limit Sprint Car Series events. 33 gallons of fuel will be considered as part of the formula utilized when determining the total time prior to refueling in any specified and or announced event. Does that say the same damn thing? Refueling in any specified and or announced event. That says the same thing. Wow. Cody, call in, please. Oh, God, Cody. So, anyways, yeah, I obviously they didn't do that. They didn't have some people didn't run 33-gallon fuel tanks. Although my guy with the fuel scenario last year when we had our Angelique Bell scenario, we had Mark Chevalier on, and he had like this tank that was very safe. And he was talking about how it's a 25-gallon tank and it's not accepted by the Outlaws. I don't know. This is intriguing to me. But regardless, I mean, this is a scenario where, oh, what the hell just happened? Hold on. We're trying to figure this out. Hold on. Back to the YouTube chat. Hold on. We're trying to figure this out. Hold on. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. There's more things than the eye can see. There is more things than the eye can see. And I think that we have to get some intriguing analysis in this. We have to figure out what's going on. We need some analysis, guys. We have to figure it out.
Hello.
Joe, I have to pee and I called you. Just tell me about the Darren Pittman thing. I have to pee.
I'm holding the fort down.
Yes, I need. We have to have this before we get into the Aaron Reutzel deal. We need to talk about this. Tell me, what is it?
Well, no, you got to go pee. It's going to take quite a bit of time. So I'm hosting the show. Any questions over here in the chat? I'll try to answer. I try not to be on the show too much. I figure people get tired of hearing me. Then he just has me on all the time. So I don't
say that.
He has me on all the time. Like I'm the co-host all of a sudden of the Chaz show. I don't see any questions. There's no questions.
What do you mean?
Well, nobody in the chat has any questions. Wait, fans disappointed with High Limit this weekend, Joe. Oh, here we go. Why is broke up and Joe? How does the lack of passing get fixed? You know, the cars are just too locked down. The cars are so locked down. They corner so fast. They're not in the corners.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I did just call you because I had to pee. I really did. I was like, I can't have a dull moment. I got literally, I got pissed off on the fucking Ty Gibbs talk. So, I mean.
We love you, Joe. You're the only reason I listen. Okay, there you go. Okay, first off, someone asked me, how do you fix the lack of passing? The cars, I watched a race, a highlight from a race from 25 years ago, and the cars they didn't go through the corners fast. So there's more side-by-side racing in the corner, and there was more movement of the cars on the track. They're so locked down with the latest, the shock technology and the bars and the setups. The cars, they corner so fast. They're not really side-by-side much in the corner. That's what kind of turned us into bonsai kind of passing. When you pass them, when you almost have to just be out of control.
Well, we just had our topic about the Ty Gibbs deal. We were transitioning over to this Darren Pittman thing.
Okay.
I feel like you could have had some insight because we had the Angelique Bell deal. We had that Mark Chevalier on here. He kind of got denied by the Outlaws for his tank because it wasn't 33 gallons, but it's not a mandated size. And then we have your stats. That's actually why I did call you. And we got Brad Sweet talking shit to us right now. I can't believe this. I asked him to come on the show, and I said, get off that boring show, call into ours. He said, which shows? I put ... He said, Jeremy Elliott's. So we know Brad's talking shit, right? I'm assuming he knows our show because that's why Kyle wouldn't sign your tickets, right? That's what he said, right, Joe? I mean...
He said that to Joey. I don't know the reality.
So you were actually the one who calculated the laps.
Yeah, I did that.
On Pittman.
I did that.
We have the screenshot up.
It's hard to calculate the laps exactly because when a car's in the infield, they sometimes keep the camera on the car, and I kind of got to guesstimate how many laps they're actually going around, but I think that's pretty close.
So 1 or 5 yellow, and you're saying since this is from the busting of the car, correct?
They put all the cars on the track and they push them to kind of
That's what I'm saying.
Fuel.
So when you say 5 yellow, that's like getting the cars going.
That's from when they started it till they got 2 abreast, and then they told them to go into the 4 abreast. Yeah, that's how many. Well, first off, let me just preface this by saying I wasn't at the pit meeting, but someone told me we're going to throw a fuel stop at 65 laps. That's what someone told me. I don't know if that was true at the pit meeting of the High Limit race.
Okay. I saw that as well.
So I was curious to go back and see how many laps Pittman's car went before it ran out of fuel. So that's where I did all that work this morning.
So 5 laps to 2 yellows and then a 4 abreast.
No, the 4 abreast takes up 2 yellows. They don't have to do a 4 abreast. They could start the race. So they're throwing 2 extra laps on.
So they go green, and then there's a yellow after the red. So
flip.
That's Ty Gibbs. You're saying that's Ty Gibbs' flip. Then you're saying they go green for 10 laps, and then Holmes has a flat. They got 3 yellows, and then two laps for the choose cone. You say then they have 2 laps. Go ahead.
Let me just say, they could have the race lined up, waiting for Holmes to come back on the track and throw the green, but they go around 3 laps, and then the choose cone now takes a couple more laps. And I don't know if the choose cone is. I think the leaders should be allowed to start on the top or bottom, but after that, just line up.
Yeah, but they're trying to add a flare. I mean, that's what they're doing.
But I don't think it's doing anything. I don't think the guy in the 8th row, whether he's top or bottom, matters to the fans. But okay, but I'm saying that's adding more laps. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I mean, I get it. I get it, but you're saying that it takes 2 laps to do that, 2 yellow laps.
It did
because
the
one to go. It's not a 1 to go. It's a 2 to go. Technically, the choose cone is the 2 to go, and then the next time around, after everyone chooses, they get a 1 to go. So you're counting that as 2.
That's what it was the first time.
Okay, so then they go 2 more green, and then Baston has a flat, and then you put 1 yellow choose cone. How does that work?
Well, Baston pulled into the pits where Holmes stopped on the track, so it took longer to get. You had to push Holmes onto the. I'm just counting the laps and what happened. There's different circumstances behind.
Well, but I see a 2 yellow choose cone and a 1 yellow choose cone. How does that differentiate? So what, they do the choose cone and then a green, or?
Well, they were more efficient with the choose cone. They did it while the car was kind of in the pits getting worked on. They were little. I don't know.
I see what you're saying.
Just telling you.
I see what you're saying.
I'm just counting laps and what happened.
Okay, so then they go green. They go green again. Tim's comes to a stop. 2 yellow laps, 1 for the choose cone, green flag, 3 more clean stops, 3 more yellow laps, choose cone, back to green, 7 green flag laps, and then he runs out of fuel with 6 to go. This was a combined 50, correct?
Yeah, 24 green, 26 yellow.
Okay.
Well, this reminded me when I was on your show, I think a year and a half ago, when Logan Seavey won the final night of the Trophy Cup, but he was light at the scales, but he was out there for like 80 laps, and the car comes up like 3 pounds light. You know, I was listening to the show before I came on, and you once again, you want to say what a great sport this is and how
I want to say how good the drivers are. Yes,
but the sport can't get out of its own way. They can't.
I do think the sport is well, and this is how I've made a living, Joe. Is I do think that the sport is underrepresenting, not only just in promotion but also in playing field. They're not giving the guys an opportunity. You know,
it's disappointing that I come on the show and we're not talking about how great the racing is. We're talking about nonsense again. The whole Broke Joe name, I was just, a former car owner driver on the show. But when I started pointing out how badly these things are run, it kind of morphed into the Broke Joe character. And a lot of people that run these things don't like me. I just want fairness. And when Pittman ran out of gas, he wasn't the only car running out of gas at the same time.
No, and that's a big point.
He was the leader, so they were showing him. But I think Rico and Brown and maybe Tim's, I'm not sure who else. There were 3 or 4 cars running out of gas at basically the same time. And what I thought was going to happen, when one of them stopped on the track and they threw the yellow, I go, wow, this is the car who fuels up first and goes to the back might win because they all got to run out of gas. I thought that's what was going to, kind of like when Sides won the Kings Royal. He was the first car to get a flat, and he was the first guy to fix it. So he wound up winning the race. I thought, boy, the guy who fills up first is going to be the winner. I thought it was very unfair. Either let everybody run out of gas. You can't stop it and fuel up guys. I just thought it was very unfair.
Well, but then even Darren Pittman said in his interview, the rule with a fuel mileage race is don't be the first one to run out, and they were.
Well, he wasn't the first. There were 3 or 4 at the same time. They were just showing him.
Well, because he was the leader, obviously.
But if they said at the pit meeting,
65.
we're going to run 65, and Pittman's car only goes 50, I put it on the guys who are putting on the race that they're miscalculating. They don't even know what the cars can run. I don't know where they can. Now they might say the 33-gallon cars could have went. I don't think anyone could have went 65.
Here's the fucking issue. Here's the issue, and Brad Sweet and me are texting right now. We're talking. Brad Sweet's watching you, Joe. My issue with the deal is when you say, and this is we broke Joe. Here's the sad part. Me and you, and me in particular. I'll say me in particular, not you, because you're busy. You know, you're busy doing the silk screen deal. Hold on. Here's what I want to say real quick, and then you can respond and say whatever you want. I've only been able to sustain telling the truth because there's so much fucking bullshit happening. You know, when you come out and you say, we're going to run 65 laps and then fucking we'll do a fuel deal. Then run 65, Joe. Just because fucking Pittman and Rico and your boys fall off. No. Don't fucking call an emergency red. Run it to 65. If the whole field fucking runs out, then fine. If one guy actually filled up his shit enough to make 65, then guess what? That one guy should win the race. That's how it goes, right?
That's what
fairness.
I thought was going to happen. Well, that's watching it live. That's what I thought was going to happen. So when they stopped it and they started fueling guys up, I go, man, that doesn't seem fair to the guys who ran out a couple laps earlier.
Right, and that's the issue. The moving of the goalpost is the problem. Because it was, hold on, Joe, it seemed like it was fine that Pittman ran out. But when Rico fell back, that seems to be where the fucking cord was pulled, it seemed like. When I heard Rico's up the pace, next lap they're fucking refueling. They went 2 laps with Pittman putting around the fucking racetrack, Joe. It's true. They say Rico's name and they throw a red.
It's just not a good look to the public when the 2 owners of the series wind up on the podium because of this.
Right.
It just doesn't look good.
Well, okay, so that's where we're going to change topics, Joe. I had a very interesting conversation tonight with the powers that be. Joe, we'll call it the powers that be. We can't technically name who we were talking about. Obviously, we have Brenham Crouch on the screen right now. I didn't mean to disrespect the money of the industry, but we had our situation with Aaron Reutzel, for instance. And that's the same kind of thing in a way, in my opinion. We're gonna tie it all in, I promise you. Aaron Reutzel obviously had a broken nose after the situation happened, and I was going through the cars, Joe, on who had a rock screen on their vehicle, and looking at Courtney Sweet. Obviously, for those who don't know the rock screen, it's that thing. Hold on, we'll zoom in on Brad Sweet's car. Actually, you see the bars going across the front where the driver actually resides in the vehicle. You had it there on Sweet's car. You had it on Sunshine's vehicle. You can't see on Rico's, but you can see it on Marx's car. Because some people were saying that Reutzel had the rock screen on. So I was going and looking. This is on High Limit's Facebook page. Peck had, or Persley, sorry, I'm used to the 13 being Peck. Persley had it. Crouch had it. Aaron Reutzel did not. He sustained some injuries during the dash. And then Justin Sanders took over the 87 car. Now, here's what I want to say, Joe. We'll skip all this. Aaron Reutzel is in recovery. Apparently, Aaron Reutzel was trying to race on race night in the ambulance, screaming this is the determination that Aaron Reutzel has to race this season on the High Limit Series. But Justin gets in the car. Now, back to what you were saying. You have the owners up there, but you also had Corey Day. Now, leading up to the week, we have a group chat where we talk about all the issues in the sport. And we saw basically the first Dirt 2, the show that Flow Racing had produced. In my opinion, and I've done promo work for guys that I believe in, but I've also seen promo work be done for guys that shouldn't have it done. The Dirt 2 episode, the first episode, was basically a Corey Day promo. Was it not, Joe?
Sure. Why not?
I mean, did it not come across that way? Was that whole episode not about Corey Day?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay. But the weird thing that happened here, and this is why I say the angels are out, because I know you say, you know, on our phone call the other day, you said you're doing God's work, Chaz, even though you don't believe in God, and you were being sarcastic. How?
I said what?
What?
I was reading the chat. I zoned out.
You can't read the chat. You got to ignore them, just like Chase Rodman. You got to ignore them.
No, I want to hear what the people say.
Okay, I'll go to the people after I say something. This is the speaker role. Come on now, we got to play the game here, just like High Limit. We got to play the game. You know the odds on Darren Pittman were like fucking 5,000 to 1. By the way, regardless, we're not going to talk about that. We're trying to cover for the Mafia. I don't want John Wick to show up tonight, Joe. I'm just saying. Regardless, for some reason at the end of that Dirt 2 episode, it changed, in my opinion, to a Justin Sanders hit job. I mean, did they not, in that first Dirt 2 episode, if they were making Corey Day the promo guy, if they were making Corey Day Stone Cold, the cheering, the baby face of the scenario, they painted Justin Sanders as the Triple H. They painted Justin Sanders as the bad guy. This is the one, all of you who like Corey Day and love Kyle and whatever in High Limit, you should hate this guy. To the point, I mean, it seemed like Ronnie Day even physically threatened, Justin at the end. He said he was going to get him one day at a track. It seemed like that's what I took. Is that not how you took it, Joe? I mean,
I was surprised by what Ronnie said on camera. Yeah.
But that's how it came across. It came across as a physical threat. They aired basically a physical threat on the program. So that's why I call it Stone Cold versus Triple H. I don't know if they're really ready to fight each other or whatever, but they aired it. They promoted it as like, okay, stay tuned next week on Jerry Springer High Limit. He's going to get him. You know, that's how it came across. So it was weird that they aired this prior to the Vegas deal, and I was like, why are y'all, in my mind, being a media marketing guy and seeing it from the top down, why are y'all going after Sanders to that degree? This is why I say the Angels are out. I don't know if you saw Angels in the Outfield, Joe. Did you ever see that movie? It was a baseball movie.
Mm-mm.
Well, it was a movie about how Angels literally, you couldn't see them with your eyes. And this is why, I mean, I don't want to get spiritual, but this is why when things happen in the world and people say, oh my God, God did that. It's like, in my opinion, when I see shit like that, I'm like, something happened, but it wasn't necessarily God that did it. I mean, even Jesus in the Bible says that the devil is the god of this world. So I'm just saying, Joe, we're fighting an uphill battle. All I'm saying is, like, in this movie, they portray Justin as this bad guy. And then, like I said, question mark, why would you do that? All of a sudden, a random rock flies into the cockpit of the guy that most people think could maybe give Brad Sweet a run for his money, Aaron Reutzel, pops his ass out of the car. And then based on my intel tonight, which is very, very reliable intel, Aaron Reutzel verbatim requested Justin Sanders to the 87 car. Joe. When he was saying, I'll do it, I'll race the race. No, can't do it. Get Justin. Aaron Reutzel named Justin, for my intel, to get into that car. Aaron Reutzel's in a bad spot right now, Joe. And now, just so happens, after all of this, it seems like, based on my intellectual understanding of everything, that because of this random rock, that this little building of a scenario that they put out prior to the Vegas deal with the Sanders evil guy, why pick out this random guy as this evil dude to put on FS1, which is, the episode apparently is going to air on FS1 just like Dirt 1 did. This guy is going to be the guy in a potential nationally championship challenging vehicle who it seems like High Limit already looked to put as the villain, right? So as this bad guy. Now you literally have the guy in your first fucking episode that you took time and produced in Justin Sanders potentially taking over the villain's car come Wednesday at Tulare. How does that happen, Joe? How does the head move right before the bullet is shot with Trump? I'm just saying, I feel like High Limit's being chosen. With the fuel thing, you know, the dirt crowd's kind of reacting like, you know, I said it on a post earlier, it's like the guy who, you know, with Pittman, for instance, it seems like the dirt crowd's reacting as the good guy, you know, got hit with a steel chair while the ref wasn't looking. You know, they feel like he got screwed over, and they're raising hell on social media. No one cares about Buddy Kofoid winning at KSP and having a great race and the track turning around. No one cares about that. They care about this. They care about the steel chair hitting their guy in Darren Pittman while the ref wasn't looking. And he got screwed over out of the championship or the race. And then here comes the guy in their episode that was literally, in my opinion, framed as the evil villain, potentially driving the car because of a random rock of the evil villain they wanted come Wednesday at Tulare. I'm not sure if Reutzel's going to be in it or not. Like I said, my intel says it's very questionable. My intel also tells me that Sanders is willing to take the opportunity if it needs to be, and that Aaron Reutzel named his name when he wasn't able to go. This is angels in the outfield shit. This is shit that, once again, I don't think anyone's aware of it. I don't think Brad's in on this. I don't think Kyle's in on this. There's a spiritual warfare. Once again, some people be like, oh, my God, Chaz, you're saying there's things out there controlling decisions and rocks and all this. You already believe in shit happening that you can't see. Do you believe that your cell phone can take a phone call tonight? How does that fucking happen? Your cell phone takes a call by shit you can't see. You believe in energy you can't visually see. You believe that things can happen based on things happening around you that you can't fucking see. Regardless, I just think there's some science. I could go into the science on it. But energy runs the world. Regardless, Joe, do you want to call me a nut job before you respond, or would you like to just ignore everything I said?
I'm pretty much going to ignore what you said. Here's what I want to point out.
Okay.
Here's what I try to deal in facts here.
Okay.
Let me just say this. I counted on flow the best I could how many laps Pittman car went, and I came up with 50.
Okay.
Someone on your chat group said they walked with the Mike Hess after the race, and he said they ran 62.
Okay.
See, this to me is the issue.
Where did he
Was
say
it
that? I'll go in
50?
the chat and find it. Where's it at?
Thoughts out loud. I walked up to Mike Hess' trailer after the race. He said
I got it on the screen,
yellow.
Joe. Did you get your power back? Because the cartel attacked you today with
Yeah.
Once again,
I
direct
got my
energy weapons, Joe. Energy isn't necessarily fires. It could be what I'm talking about, but continue.
Okay. So, no, I'm talking facts here. There's two different stories. I'm saying Pittman ran out on lap 50. Hess said they ran 62. Can we get people tomorrow, if they have time, your listeners?
I mean,
to go
Brad's
through the
texting me
full
right
video?
now. He thinks I'm psychotic, but I mean,
No, can they go through the video like I did and count the laps? Do you don't think there's a problem if it was only 50 as opposed to the director saying 62? You don't think
if it was
why is he
any,
saying-
the problem is, Joe, if it was anything but 65, it's bullshit. That's the problem.
Why is 62? Why are they throwing a red on 62?
Why? If it's
Why was the red on the-
anything but 65, we're live on a show bitching about it. Period.
The NFL doesn't change the rules in the game. They're changing the rules.
As
during
the
the
kick's
game.
in the air, they're fucking moving the goalpost for it.
And who did it benefit?
Right. Right. Well, and this is the problem, Joe. I'm honestly thinking the Kevin Nouse thing was a joke at this point. I think it was a test. I think the Kevin Nouse situation was a test. You had one of the most credible sources calling out the corruption of the industry, and nobody bought it because a few people came out and said it was bullshit.
But I'm
Do
saying
you know what I
can
mean by that?
count- Do I know? Isn't that the whole broke Joe?
Well, no.
MO?
I'm saying, do you know what I mean by that as it being a test as to how infantile the recession will be to the information? You'll never get, ever again, Joe, you'll never get an actual official tech coming out and calling bullshit to the industry ever again. I don't think it'll ever happen again. It was a test to the nth degree of corruption in the industry. And it got swept under the rug and believed so easily. This is like baby shit compared to what he was saying. So, what I mean by that is because the Kevin Now situation was so easily swept, this stuff is becoming the norm.
Well, I've pointed out it's been the norm out here for 30 years.
I know. It's a microcosm. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
People say I'm a crybaby when I point it out.
Right.
Ronnie Day said Justin Sanders wants to fight everybody. I go, he don't want to fight anybody. He just wants to race and go home safely.
He don't want a car to just send him into. Did you see Corey Day's friends? He was like, why did you do that? In the show.
I just thought it was interesting in the show that they did not show the wreck from any angle.
Right. They just showed his car go off the track. Right.
They didn't show the actual wreck. They just showed
his car go off the track into the wall.
But that's how. But that's not surprising. That people, it's propaganda.
Media manipulation.
People are always going to slant things their way. That's fair. That's how the world works. That's what they're going to do. I don't.
Okay, but
I mean, they want Corey to be an. What happened to Corey in the truck race? What happened? He was third, and they had a rain delay, and I thought the race was over.
No, my question to you, Joe, would be, what about this Reutzel deal? I went to a whole spill. What about it? They built a villain. My point was with that show, they built a villain, and then all of a sudden, all of the villain shit potentially goes to the reality. How does that happen so perfectly, Joe?
I don't have answers for that.
Yeah, exactly. Now back to facts, because I'm talking about shit you can't prove, right? So how does this
Someone
happen?
said it's. I don't know why. I don't control. I don't know why things happen the way they happen.
Okay.
I don't have an explanation.
Feelings on Justin in the 87 at Tulare.
I haven't talked to him. I wouldn't think that's the plan, but I don't know. I didn't talk to him today.
I talked to him today.
Oh, he's going to run the 87?
I did not say that, but he said he would be on deck.
Oh, okay.
He told me that he would be on. He said he would do it if it is needed. Aaron Reutzel can barely open his eyes because his fucking face is crushed in. I talked to people very close with Aaron Reutzel, and Wednesday is a question mark. Aaron obviously wants to race, but
we'll wait and see.
His face is crushed in, Joe.
Well, I know him and Aaron are friends, and I don't know what the 2X was doing, but man, it was bad. So
right.
So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
You sure?
It's unfortunate that, I mean, Brian Brown got hit with a rock. Someone said Danny Sams got hit with a rock watching the races. Something I thought was strange. You didn't point these things out. The first night of racing, they ran 6 hot lap groups. And usually with the Outlaws, when the first 2 hot lap groups go out, the track is real greasy, so they let them go out again because the times are so far off. But the High Limit pushed the first group out to qualify, and when they hot lapped, the track was quite a bit different, and it was so windy. For the first 3 guys, Justin and I think Brown, and I know Bell was early, Justin said it was pushing the car all over the track. He thought his sideboard collapsed. He thought it was unsafe.
Yeah, you saw the Tanner Holmes onboard, I believe. Or no, it was Justin's, right? Where you saw the right sideboard collapsing outward.
He thought the wing was going to collapse. And then the wind died down. But did it seem to you like they were pushing qualifying through before the rain so Corey Day could run the next night? And let me ask you this. Didn't it seem like the sprint cars were Busch League, that they were going to wait till the truck race was over to race? Why? It's like the truck race is so important. We have to wait for the trucks. Well, and then at 9 o'clock at night, we'll run our sprint cars because we have to wait for the big giant crowd.
I honestly think, Joe, that NASCAR is invested into the High Limit Series. I don't know if you saw my post about this, but I think NASCAR is a connected conglomerate to High Limit.
So they have to wait. But didn't it make it look like Busch League that, hey, you get to race when we're done?
100%.
Didn't it make it look, we're the stepchild. We got to wait.
Oh, I'm not sure I want to use that prerogative, but yeah, that's how they're going to do it. I mean, NASCAR Grassroots has went away. Where's that? You know, where have you last saw a NASCAR Grassroots sign? So they've done it in different ways. But yeah, I mean, it is a scenario where NASCAR is tentacled, in my opinion, to the industry. They are attempting to, I call it controlled opposition. I don't know if some people in the chat know what controlled opposition means. I think that sprint car and dirt track racing is a threat to the NASCAR dominance. And they want to have a hand over it to where if it goes outside of its yard, they could slap it around and keep it contained. And that is what I think is happening here. When you see a move like that happen, back to what I just said in a way, it's like you can be what you're going to be, High Limit, but you're going to work around my fucking front and backyard. If I put the dog in the backyard and it gets out of its gate, fuck you, slap around.
Someone said someone said they had to wait for the safety crews and the ambulance to get to the dirt track. That's what I'm saying. High Limit don't have their own ambulances. They got to use NASCAR's ambulance now.
Well, that was a different scenario. Apparently, they had 2 ambulances. There was a situation in the pitting area and the Aaron Reutzel scenario. Are you talking about prior to the race?
No, this was why they were waiting for the truck race to end. They said they needed the truck race's ambulances. I go, really? They don't have their own?
I mean, honestly, that sounds like just covering your own ass to make sure that Corey Day can be there. There's a lot of money in Joe, I know you don't believe in what I do or what Tanner Holmes does or any of these media people. You think we're stupid and dumb and you hate us all. I'm fat and we're eating at restaurants and seeing fat people eat.
Somebody asked if I've seen fat people eat lately. I did.
Exactly. I saw that comment. I had to bring it up. But no,
I saw Dominic Selzy eat on a driver's project.
Do you consider him fat now? I'm just saying. Do you consider him a fat person, Dominic?
What's his height and weight, and what do the doctors say is the proper weight for that height?
Okay, anyways, we're not going to make this a Dominic Selzy bashing session.
I'm not bashing. I'm just saying I don't know what you're asking. Well,
you didn't know about Sam Haverteep's driving career until I educated you. I hope you watched the video. But no, I think that similar to fat people eating, that episode. Think about this, Joe. That episode they're gonna produce in Dirt 2, or they did produce in Dirt 2, and they probably have a lot more produced around it. That had to be at least $250,000 in production fee, and it's gonna be put on Fox Sports 1. It was put on Flow. So think about this. There's an estimated. If you're going to put it on Fox Sports 1 and you're going to do it for an hour, I would guesstimate that's a $600,000 slot, maybe even more. You got about $2 million-ish invested into promoting Corey Day. Period. Just around the dirt racing stuff. So what are you going to, run your first night without your $2 million investment? That would be dumb, right, Joe? I mean, if you put $2 million into a card, are you going to have a card show without that card?
Well, they got what they wanted.
Right.
It worked out perfect.
Whatever they tell the public is just a smokescreen.
They're pretty good at orchestrating it. I'm not that good at orchestrating things.
Well, but they gamble on these things, Joe. The odds on Darren Pittman were very high.
Yeah? Did you bet on him?
No. They canceled my bet. I won it at KSP, though. David Gravel won my motherfucking money when he drove back around Hodenshaw. Are you there?
Well, it's just, I'm just trying to soak in what we're talking about.
Oh, Brad Sweet's very mad at you, Joe. Hold on, let's see here. What's he saying?
I don't even know Brad Sweet. What would we be mad about?
Oh, you know. I mean, you didn't know Kyle Larson and you denied your fucking signing your tickets because of me, you know.
It saved me money. It doesn't matter. It saved me money.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know tickets. I was going to pay $100 a signature. I can't sell them for that.
Right.
So.
And he denied your signature because. What was the reason again?
We already talked about that. I'm interested here. Someone said, "Do I think Corey Day's sprint car was legal?"
Oh God. Well, ask Kevin Nouse, right? Somebody just said, "Did Corey Day have 2 crank triggers when he won?"
Does Joe think Corey Day's sprint car was legal? They're asking my opinion on what I think Corey Day's sprint car is?
We're gonna get sued, Joe. This is it. We can't prove it.
Who does he drive for?
Joe, look, before you talk, I don't want you to respond and get in trouble. You know, I had this interesting conversation in the World of Outlaw pitting area, and I was talking about a certain driver, and I was like, look, whether I was told directly from the girl or not, if the girl won't get on a stand and testify against this person in my statements that what I say is true, I am the one that's fucked. So, what I mean by this is like, we could sit here and hear what everyone has said or could say or might say in the background about infidelity in the racing industry as far as on the track. But if they won't come out, if say you say something here, Joe, and it's true, if you can't prove it in court, Joe, we're fucked. If they won't come and testify and say, yeah, what he said is true, if they're paid a couple $1 million by this guy or that guy or this energy drink or that energy drink to be quiet, if they take the hush money, we're the fucked ones, whether it's true or not.
I didn't say anything.
I know you did. I'm laying the fucking pillows on the wall before you fucking crash into them. That's all I'm saying. I'm putting safer barriers up for you, Joe.
I don't know if people understand how the world works.
Oh God.
I mean,
do they want the world to work? That's the question. A lot of them want it to just fucking straight up in.
Let me ask you this. I'm just throwing things out there, Chaz. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. Were any of the cars teched after the race?
Oh God. Brad has stopped texting back.
I'm just saying. I don't know. I wasn't there. Did they tear any motors down? Did they check any fuel? Did they take any tire samples? I'm just asking.
Why would you take tire samples on a car that's bringing you fucking fans, buddy?
I'm just asking a question. Okay, I'm just asking a question. I'm saying this for the whole sport.
I know.
I'm not saying it for High Limit. I'm saying Outlaws. Was anything teched at the Outlaws show? Was anything teched after the race? Anybody drug tested? Any of the motors checked? Any of the tires checked? Any thin tubing in any of the chassis? I don't know.
Any crank triggers checked?
Was anything checked? Were any boxes, MSD box checked?
Confiscated?
If the offensive linemen in the NFL were not going to get called for holding,
you can't say that, Joe. You can't. That's too.
What do you think would happen on each play?
Is holding close to traction control or dope tire? Is that what you're trying to say? Like,
no, I'm just saying there's rules. Then they create a little gray area of yes and no, and then I watch cars go around the track, and I go, huh.
Yeah.
Huh, look at that.
How does that happen? Or
what's legal?
What I would say for the average fan, and this is what I mean, I can say it, but I can't. The average fan going to these races, when qualifying happens, and this is what I've heard, Joe, this is what I've experienced. When a car goes through the corner, it goes in there and it slams it in there wide fucking open. And then through the center of the corner and exiting the corner, you hear a clicking noise. You know what I mean, Joe? A clicking noise? Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah, I hear clicking noises.
Yeah, you hear this click, 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 click. That is something besides the motor and the tires and the normal acoustics occurring on that vehicle. That is an indicator of falsified performance. When you hear a car, and everyone watching this who could see this or wants to know, what's this traction control, what's this cheating, what's these crank triggers, click, click, click. You go to your next national sprint car race, and when they go into qualifying and you hear that car enter that fucking corner, and you hear these clicking noises instead of this fucking, 800 horsepower, 900 horsepower motor firing off, you hear this click, 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 click. There's something making that click noise happen, Joe. What is it?
I just like to point out that I'm going to change subject a little bit here.
Okay.
Earlier in the show, when you talked about Cody Jacobs and Donnie talking high limit.
Did you enjoy Cody's comments, the ginger kitty?
Not really. I didn't care, but I thought Donnie was more interesting. It seemed very personal, didn't it? Didn't it seem personal?
It does seem like there's something that
we don't know.
Brad Sweet has done. That there is people who do not trust, or believe in Brad. They see him as a fucking snake oil salesman. I don't know why.
When Donnie, you didn't follow up. When Donnie said, when you talked to him, he said, "I know the guys at the top, and I don't believe anything they say." You didn't ask, who was he talking about?
The assumed. I guess this is where we all go sideways. The assumed person would be Brad, because that seems like the only person that he's personally dealt with, but I agree. He could have dealt with any of them. You're right in saying that.
I thought it was just interesting what I thought Donnie's in.
So apparently the click noising is the rev limiter, guys. I guess in the corner, instead, because I don't hear the click noising going down the straightaways. It's only when the car gets loaded up and is in the corner trying to dig forward. It's not at the end of the straightaway. I don't hear this click noise where they're topping out. But apparently that's the rev limiter, Joe.
Okay. Well, I'm just once again.
I know you're more so talking about the Donnie deal. I understand.
No, I'm just talking about an overview here. You're a dirt guy, Chaz. You've dedicated your life's work to this sport, and I hate to keep coming on and being negative and talking about these things that continually seem to happen over and over and over.
We wouldn't exist without them.
But they, once again, I went to many sports. I told you last summer I went to Stanford women's rugby tournament.
Lydia Vu.
There's Lydia Vu. Yeah, she wins gold. I right across from me is a complex. They have badminton tournaments. And when I go to these things, it's mainly Asians.
I'm glad you said these things, Joe. These things.
But when I go to these events, I don't see all these things happen that fans of the sport are questioning the fairness. And it's a shame. Can we get through a race? Can we just have a weekend of good, clean racing and not a rubber down or a sloppy track or
Saturday night at KSP wasn't bad. I mean, it could have been better, but Friday was a joke. But
okay, so we got through one night. Something. It's just a shame. And I think that they keep adding these rules. To me, the work area. I took a friend of mine to Stockton. He hadn't been to a race in 25 years. And a yellow came out, and they pushed the car off the track. And he looks at me and goes, "How come we're not racing?" I go, "Because we've got to wait for this guy to work on his car." He goes, "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." I said, when Patrick Mahomes gets sacked on first down and goes to the sidelines, they don't hold the game up so the doctor can work on his ankle and to retape him and bring him back in. Why are we holding the game up? This is my point. I've said this many times on the show. A sprint car race on a proper track with the best drivers is visually one of the best, if not the best thing to see in sports. But they cluttered up. Stuart Kling is stopping on the back stretch to bring out a yellow.
Sterling, not Stewart.
Well, I said Sterling. It might not have come out.
I thought you said Stuart Kling. But
it doesn't matter. Why is he allowed to stop on? A guy from the sidelines can't go on the field and stop. Why is he stopping the race? I think Tim stopped on the track. Why Why are drivers stopping on the track to bring out a yellow so we can go to the work area and let them decide what's wrong? I think it's just bad. It's just a bad visual to keep interrupting these races with nonsense that doesn't add to the entertainment of what we're seeing. The modern driver just keeps stopping on the track. I just want to bring, when I first ran a race, it was in quarter midgets. It was May 24th, 1964. First race I ever ran. The rule in quarter midgets when I started racing in 1964 was if you stop on the track, you're done for the night.
Right.
That was the rule. We grew up with that rule. My 6 years in quarter midgets, that was the rule. It taught you to be clean and not stop on the track.
We had regulation.
It's a simple rule.
Right.
If you stop, you're done. We don't need, I'm saying, like I'm talking about the fan I brought. He goes, why are we not racing? Because this guy is going to work in the work area. They say 2 minutes in the work area, but it took him 5 minutes to get him over there. So there's now a 7-minute delay in the race.
Bro.
For a guy who's going to
Bro, Joe, this is why I drink. You know, once again, I've dedicated my life to this sport, and it's the only way to deal with it, Joe.
But I'm going to answer this question. Some guy said 2-minute work area adds tons of money to the race teams. How is it adding money?
We're smoking cigarettes now, Joe. Fuck it. Life is over.
But I'm saying the work area loses money. They put on another $300 tire to go out and run 20th and burn off more fuel. They're losing money in the work area. What's this guy talking about?
They don't listen to you, Joe. They only believe what they want to believe.
That's fine.
But the thing is, that's why the franchise system is going to save everything, Joe.
Well, my question is, and I got a little bit of an answer to this. If you add the outlaw tow money, their point fund money, and the bonuses they pay, how much more money, what's the difference? Like, at the end of the year, we'll look at the champion. Like, we'll look at David Gravel's point fund, tow money, and bonus money as opposed to what Brad Sweet's going to get for. Is it really that much different?
I mean, I think the franchise system is different in a way because it's guaranteed money. And the 100
the Outlaws, it's guaranteed money.
Yeah, but the 10th place stuff, the 20 when it gets like Gravel said on our show, when it gets to 2028, 29, that's when it does gap away from the World of Outlaws. It does make a significant jump.
You don't know what the Outlaws are going to be in 2029.
No, we don't.
How can you say that?
I didn't say we did, but
you just said it. You just said the gap's bigger. We don't know what they're doing.
What we can only base on what High Limit's telling us. We can only base on what the World of Outlaws are doing.
But this is what Donnie was saying. Donnie was saying they're just talking yet so far. We don't know. What are the facts? At the end of the year.
Well, but hold on. I'm not here to defend, High Limit. I'm not a fucking High Limit rider dyer. I mean, but High Limit is actually telling us what they're going to do into the future. World of Outlaws is the one with the question mark. And we don't know what the Outlaws are going to do. Hold on, we got the money up on the screen right here. I mean, that's significant money, Joe. I mean, when 10th place starts making $220 a year in 2029, obviously
I don't think that is very significant.
Okay.
10th place. How many races are you running for the $200,000? 65.
60 to 65 or 55 to 65, I would assume.
Okay, well let's say it's $3,000 a race. It's $3,000 a race to run 10th.
Okay.
You're gonna have a 3-man crew and a driver.
Well, I mean, I made this statement before with Jeremy Elliott. He called me an idiot. But
he's probably right.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. I know why he would call me an idiot. I get it. But Gravel said that last year he made about $410,000 And because this system here is replacing the points fund, the tow, and the bonus system that the Outlaws have instilled, it's a scenario where it's hard to know what the Outlaws are going to do. And the more so interesting point is the gaps between the champion and 10th or the champion and 5th. I mean, when you're guaranteeing a team $220,000 come 2029, obviously that's 4 years from now. But they're guaranteeing them $150 come 2026. I mean, these are apparently guaranteed. I would call it team salaries in a way. So,
well, I'm not denying it's better than it's the best we've seen so far, but the Outlaws haven't had their counteroffer chance yet. So,
well,
you know, I mean,
no, I know. Well, and don't the Outlaws have to? Don't the Outlaws have to do something?
Well, what if the Outlaws come out and theirs is bigger than the High Limit? Then what's everyone going to say?
Well, and that's the problem with showing your hand first.
Yeah, but everyone's saying how great this is, and we don't know if it's great.
Well, I mean, they're throwing numbers out. They're showing their hand. Their hand looks good. Like you said, It's the best we've seen to date. But they have showed their hand, and they showed their hand for 4 fucking years.
What about this year? What is 2025 not on there?
I don't see a 25. I see a 26.
Okay, that's next year. Okay, well.
That's technically what they're racing for because it's a 2-year average, Joe.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem that far off with the Outlaws. See, you know, I don't know what car owners are spending. It just seems to me like the rich will get richer. I talked to a manufacturer that manufactures parts. He said there's over 3,000 sprint cars in the United States between spec sprints and non-wing and 305s and 360s. What do you think? You think there's that many? 3,000 sprint cars?
If I was a car owner, well, and that was the interesting point I was making to Gravel. I mean, you think about it, you're like, all right, well, I see what they're doing in 28. Maybe I'm not on for 25. If I have a team, if I'm Gravel or Macedo or whatever, I'm like, all right, I need to jump in this so I can get that 28 benefit because it's a 2-year average. Say Gravel jumps on the tour in 26. He just dominates for 2 years. He'll start making $600K a year guaranteed. But if you're Gravel, like me and Gravel talked in the show, I'm like, if you're Todd Quering and you're Husitz and you got all this money, to run a year professionally in the national level is about $800,000. So it would take you about $1.6 million in expenditure to get to $600K. Whereas if you are, back to your rich get richer, if you are Quering, if you are one of these well-funded organizations, why not just get the 28 and buy the 6th or 5th place or 4th place or 3rd place franchise for, if you can get it technically for less than 1.6 million, you've saved your money.
What I'm just saying is, it looks like local racing is declining.
Well, and that's because the teams that can afford to run nationally are leaving to do one or the other.
That's what I'm saying. Is they're creating a bigger gap between the rich and the poor, and is it healthy for the overall sport that the gap keeps growing? Okay, so this charter system is going to help 10 guys out of the 3,000.
Well, it'll help 15 by 29, they say. So
okay, 15 out of 3,000. What's that? 0.5%?
Well, I mean, Clausen had a good argument, he's like, at least we can see numbers to what we're valued.
But he also said his team's never even broke even racing.
Yeah, and Casey Kane said that, which was the more...
So we got two of the biggest, most successful car owners of the last 10 years saying they don't even break even in the sport. So it looks like what the charter is going to do, it's going to allow people who lose money to lose less money.
Well, and even on the low end, I've heard it's at least $700,000 to run a season. At least 700, most 800. It's somewhere in that gap. So even in that sense of speaking, all of their examples here don't cover the expenditure of one season racing, even if you are the most dominant team performing. Now, this doesn't count race winnings. This doesn't count performing night in and night out. So that's why I think it is significant.
But Donnie was questioning, where's the money coming from? We don't know the flow. We don't know the streaming numbers. Are the tracks that put on these races going to have to pay more? Are the fans going to pay more for getting into the races as these numbers escalate? Who's going to pay more?
I mean, it sounded like they estimate that everything they're paying here is accounted for. So they can make this guesstimation. They only can, technically. They only can make this guesstimation based on their results from this past season and the income they're receiving from that example.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I'm just wondering, are the fans going to have to pay more? Is the cost of flow going to go up next year when I pay for the yearly subscription?
Mine went up to $179. That's why I don't have flow.
If they can pay these numbers now, you're saying they were making this kind of money.
They have to.
But they were making this kind of money last year and the year before, and they kept it?
That is the guesstimation of where streaming revenue is located. I would say yes. Well, I mean, and that was the issue with Dart Vision not providing numbers to begin with. I still personally think, I don't know, maybe Brad's hoodwinking me as well, that if the World of Outlaws would have allowed their World of Outlaw drivers to run the midweek series, that it would still be a midweek series. You know what I mean by that, I assume.
Yeah.
But I also do think that Flo wanted their piece of the industry.
So is all this, it's all going to go smoothly. People are going to pile into High Limit. The money's all going to be there. And away we go.
I mean, Brad stopped texting me, so I guess that means yes.
Okay, well.
You must have hurt his feelings, Joe. You must have hurt his feelings.
I've never even met him. I don't even know the guy, really.
You can't even get tickets signed.
I don't want the ticket signed. It was a financial loser for me.
But it's because you're on the Chaz.
I was trying to help other people and give stuff to charity, but that, I was going to lose money, but it doesn't matter to me.
Question. Out of everything we know, is there a bad guy, and who would be the bad guy and why?
In respect to what? A bad guy?
In
where?
any of it. We know as much as we know. Who would be the bad guy? Is it High Limit? Is it World of Outlaw? World Racing Group? Is there a bad guy? And if there is, they're all bad.
Not a bad guy. It's America. It's free enterprise. It's a free country. People can start businesses. Everybody can do what they want.
Okay.
There's no bad guy. Is it? It's free competition. That usually helps out the participants. It's like the PGA and the Live Golf, which they can't seem to find a merger. They've been working on that merger for a year and a half. Hasn't happened.
Trump was supposed to help them.
Well, good for him. We don't know the future of this. It seemed kind of personal. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think anyone does, but it is. I mean, I gotta hand it to Kyle and Brett. They started a series out of nothing, and it's now real competition with the Outlaws. I mean, that really is. Think about that. They did that.
But it's only happening because of the argument I had with Johnny Gibson 8 years ago. I said the problem with the sprint car racing industry is you have one guy that you're promoting. You think about it, the World of Outlaws promoted Kyle so much. You have one guy that you're promoting as bigger than the entire industry. Kyle Larson is the only reason High Limit is a threat. Can we not agree with that?
Yeah.
That's it. Because the car owners are fans. The racers are fans. The only reason they jumped on the High Limit thing is because they're fans of Kyle. They got to go eat lunch with him. I always made this joke. There's so many drivers and car owners that would rather have lunch with Kyle than beat him.
Americans love stars. They love famous people.
I was trying to warn them about this fucking 8 years ago. You can't allow.
But we're at this point now. Now what happens?
Now you're in trouble.
Now what happens?
You're depending on the Chaz and Cody Jacobs with the ginger kitty.
I'm just wondering if it seems kind of generational. I mean, Cody was talking about the past, and Donnie talked about the past, and Kyle's like he's the new star. You got the old guard against the new guard. What's going to happen?
Well, I mean, that's the deal. Is like that's why I was making it a big deal, because the new people don't know any better. They don't know any better. And like Cody was trying to reference the Outlaws, we'll put it in the full interview, but I said AAA was running IndyCar and non-wing and sprint car midget racing for 50 years. You don't hear about them anymore. Kart racing in the mid-90s was the biggest fucking industry that the world had ever seen. They took fucking Nigel Mansell from F1. Kart don't exist no more. You could sit here and cry about the stars of kart racing industries. It don't matter. It don't exist. You can take over industries. You can.
Is that what you're predicting?
If they don't fucking, find out real quick, yes. Kyle, and I said this to some very important people at the World of Outlaws the other night. I'm not going to say who, but I said, if you had one or an industry come in and spend the proper money to promote sprint car racing to the generalized society, you could instantly take over the market. Because there's so many people that don't know what a World of Outlaw is. What are you talking about? Oh, back in the day? Well, my parents talk about back in the day anyways. Fuck you, you traditionalists. I'm simply saying, this is the angle that I think High Limit should and could, and if they want to succeed, will take, is they don't give a fuck about the dirt fan. The dirt fan is worried about, like I said, the dirt fan is mad that Darren Pittman got hit with a steel chair while the ref wasn't fucking looking. They're worried about the fairness. The regular person don't give a fuck. They're glad that this Corey Day guy won. Kyle Larson's talking about him. That shit matters way more to the idiotic fan. But the idiotic fan is the majority of the society within America. High Limit is, I think, this may be offensive, High Limit is depending on the idiotic human to succeed. They don't want the human, like the dirt fan, they're not depending on the dirt fan to like them. They're not worried about the 600,000 people who may know what a dirt race is to be successful. They're worried about the 300 million people who don't know what a sprint car is. And they can be the introduction to what it is. I said this to the Outlaw people the other night. I didn't reference High Limit, but yeah, the guy said, yeah, he's right. What he's saying is right. You know, there's people within the organization that understand what I'm saying.
Will they counteroffer with equal or more money? Yes or no?
I mean, if they don't, you're only going to have the loyalists left. Can you sell a World of Outlaws series on Donnie Schatz and Logan Schuchart?
Yeah, but how, you know, the High Limit's going to be different when Kyle and Corey Day aren't there. Then you know, what's their star power?
They're hoping to turn Corey Day into Kyle Larson.
But he's not going to be at most of the races.
Well, but that's why they're hoping that they can turn him into a Kyle. That's why they're spending a bunch of money on trying to build that same persona. And Kyle Larson they only spent a lot of money on him to try to make him a Tony Stewart. And I still think personally that Tony's bigger than Kyle.
Yeah, but I'm saying when the High Limit starts getting the meat of their schedule and Kyle and Day aren't there, and you see some of these crowds that weren't very big, and who are you going to have? Sweet, Courtney, and Rico?
Yeah.
Are people going to go? Would people rather go?
Well, no,
Sweet,
I think you still Selzy, you still Macedo, which by the way, I mean maybe Todd Queering has alliance to the World of Outlaws, but the 41 and Phil Dietz was an ASCS alliance. I know that World Racing Group has since acquired the 41 and ASCS, but I'm not so sure that Dietz Tarleton alliance is connected to the World Racing Group as much as a Todd Queering and the Huset's car may be. Obviously, it sounds like Cody Jacobs is willing to die or leave the team before they go to High Limit. So, if they do not, what I'm saying, Joe, is if they do not match what High Limit is doing, the only teams left behind will be based on a loyalty-based ideology. So who's going to do that?
I'm just saying we got to give them a chance to see what they're going to do.
Well, and the advantage they have is that the fucking High Limit series has showed their hand, right? So High Limit can't come out next year and say, well, we found 3 million more and we're going to put it in. I mean, they could. I mean, but all I'm saying is that the World of Outlaws can see those numbers and be like, all right, we're doing X, Y, Z. We're going to match them. All right, stay with us.
And I'll bet they do.
It is still Walmart versus Ace Hardware, though.
We could talk about it forever. We don't know yet.
No, we don't.
That's it. Any other topics? Come on, it's bedtime. What else you got?
You got to go to sleep early?
Early? It's already an hour past my bedtime. What do you mean early?
It's 9:41, Joe.
It's almost 10 o'clock.
Is 10 o'clock a big bad hour? Let me ask you this before you go.
Yeah.
I know Dirt Tracker called out Justin Sanders for being a homer who's scared to go on the road. He basically repeated exactly what I said. Funny how he built Justin right up on the same timing as the Dirt 2 episode and all these things. Isn't it funny? So correlational. But just curiosity.
Okay.
If Justin was to be offered an RSR ride, do you think that's worthy? Because we talked about Justin being offered quality rides on a national scene. Do you think an RSR ride is worthy of Justin Sanders leaving California and trying the road and national scene out?
I don't know what the word offer entails.
If RSR says, hey, we had 2 teams last year with Eliason and Reutzel. Thank you for filling in for Reutzel. Hey, we want to do a 2-car tando. Will you come along? Is an RSR level operation worthy of Justin Sanders' national racing commitment?
Did Corey Eliason drive that car last year?
Yeah, the 8, yes. The 8 car.
Was that an RSR car?
What do you mean?
Was it an RSR car?
Yeah, it was, yes. The 8 car by Eliason, yes.
Do you know anything about how he got paid last year? Do you know anything or any stories
No, I don't.
about that? What happened?
I'm just simply asking if you think an organization like RSR, say Reutzel said he's going to retire now, he got his nose broke. If Justin was offered to take over the 87 for the year.
No, you're trying to get me to say an answer, but I'm saying things aren't that simple.
Oh no, no, it's not that simple. We're all just. It's a fantasy question, Joe. It's a fantasy question that has some maybe realistic tendencies.
I'm trying to inform people of things. Do you know Corey Larson, Chaz?
I every time I hear him talk, I can't walk over and continue the conversation. I just can't.
Well, if you knew the finances of what happened to him last year, the decision on what Justin's going to do, you don't have. I'm saying you want me to answer a question,
okay?
But you have to know all the players and all the facts and how the world really works and what these deals or offers entail.
Right.
I mean, they're not. I did think it was. It is funny. I thought Dirt Tracker, the segment he did on Justin, the way he phrased it, he's been offered 2 national rides, but he's content to stay home. That's how he worded it.
Yeah. And what was the national rides? Why don't you just tell us who those rides were so we can put that out there? You would know, right?
I know who the rides were. I know who they were. This is good. Let me talk about this for a second. He made it sound like Justin is sitting over here in California
and denying rides.
And big time rides are being thrown at him, and he's turning them down. It's not that simple. The rides that are out there, I mean, they're good offers. One of the offers he didn't think was right for him and the team, and the second offer, him and the car owner are still talking, and there's a chance he could run for that team throughout the summer. So he never turned it down.
Okay.
The car owner, I don't want to say exactly what happened here, but the car owner offered him the first 10 high limit races, and Justin said, well, I'm already committed to Demo to run the first 4. So they just said, well, okay, well, maybe later in the year we can work something out. So he's not turning things down. He has a loyal California car owner that he has to, I mean, it's not that simple. It's not like he's sitting here just turning down rides because he wants to stay home. These things are, there's more people involved than just him. And I don't know. It's not that simple. But I'm not saying anything could happen. I don't know what the offers are. I mean, guys like Gravel or Carson. I don't know everyone's deal, but doesn't Gravel get guaranteed money, signing bonus?
Here's
Does he
the
get
deal,
paid the
though,
full
Joe.
amount?
Here's the deal. The biggest fucking, in my opinion, with this Justin deal, the biggest sham. I'm having to respond to people who are, you know, uneducated right now, and we're getting into it with Brad tonight. But look, if this high limit deal was so fucking great, wouldn't the team that gave Carson Macedo his national chances, wouldn't the Roth 83 Jr., wouldn't the story of going after Justin Sanders to compete on the high limit tour and retain a franchise spot that's so valuable and worth money, wouldn't that have been the best hometown loving feeling? You know, like Tom Cruise and Top Gun. You got that love and feeling. Why did Justin Sanders and the 83 Jr. not come together and at least start the first 5 or 6 fucking races, Joe? Why did that not happen? They got a fucking franchise guarantee. They lost tonight because they didn't show up. You got the best driver in the country outside of fucking, you know, who, and Justin Sanders sitting on your porch, and you won't just put him in the 83 JR with Roth. Why?
Well, I listened to what David Gravel said. Why didn't they put the 83 Junior on Tim's car? Put the number
or
on
Randall.
there.
I was calling Chase Randall 6 months ago. I
Yeah,
mean,
Randall.
either one, yeah. But I think that the Sanders deal would be, you know, humble.
I can't speak for Roth. I don't know. They're doing what they want to do. They got all the money and the resources, and they're going to do what they want to do. And they didn't call, so I'm not considering speculate.
Hold on. So you're telling me, Joe, Roth Motorsports, with all their business savvy, threw away $280,000. Hold on, my bad. $260,000 at least.
But the car owners lose money. It's like me getting tickets.
But that's how High Limit's playing this franchise deal on not losing anymore. That's what I love Tim Clausen. That's what he was saying. He's got something now and all this, and I love you. And they could have put Justin Sanders in the 83 JR this year and collected $260K.
Okay, well, they didn't. Someone asked if I'm going to Tulare to get tickets signed. Tulare is 4 hours from me on a weeknight, Chaz. So what do you think the answer is?
Fuck, with your Maverick, it's not that expensive.
You think? Oh no, but you think I'm going to get back at 3 a.m. and have to wake up at 5 a.m. to work? I'm 67 years old. To stand in a pit area.
You should be retired.
Money?
What the fuck, Joe?
I could be retired, but what's the fun of that?
This is why they call you broke. You can't even retire, Joe.
Well, not with all the cards I'm buying, no.
Okay, so you know who I had a very long and I'll say intelligent conversation with this weekend at Kendall.
You had an intelligent conversation?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm just stupid, Joe. That's fine. You and Jeremy can talk shit. I think Jeremy's becoming a shill for High Limit, by the way.
And Joey Bats, we're talking about what?
I talked to Cole.
I like Cole.
I think the information he gave me was very intriguing. I asked him, I said, why isn't a Tarleton on the car? What do you think he said, Joe?
He said they're probably not putting any money into it. That's what he probably said.
He says that he told basically every California team that might support or group Better way to put it, right? A group. Any cartel members? How about that? Any cartel members of the West Coast to not give a dime to the operation because he doesn't want to be associated with the notion that he's there due to cartel influence would be the way to properly translate the message. He does not want anyone to think of him as being there because of who he is. And apparently the car owner is not a rent-a-ride at all. The few names on the car are people who supported him and have given money, but outside of that, who are intrigued by the pairing, Cole does not want any association with Tarleton's. He does not want any association with anybody from the West Coast because in his mind, it will de-escalate anything he does on the tour. I thought it was very intriguing. I thought it was very admirable, to be honest.
Yeah, that's good.
Shocking. I was shocked.
How's he been doing? How do you grade him so far?
I mean, he's the best rookie by far. I think he'll be the first rookie to pick up a win.
I'm checking out your audience here. Tanner Holmes winning the Silver Cup from 6th. Does that change my perspective at all?
No, you can't bring up Tanner Holmes when Joe's on the show, guys.
No, Chaz, I'm just asking. What does your audience believe my perspective is of Tanner Holmes? Does it change my perspective? What do they think?
What, the audience or what his mom thinks?
What does everybody think I think of him? I've been on, God, we've talked about him 100 times.
I would assume they think you're a hater.
What does that mean?
You hate Tanner Holmes.
I never use that word. I don't hate anybody. So everyone's wrong?
I know you said if you had a daughter, you would love for him to, I guess, I mean, the PG way to say it is to put his genitals into her. I mean, that technically that's what you said.
I'm just judging what he's done on the track, and it was a nice 360 win.
Okay.
How many career wins does he have, Chaz? Documenting how many.
Well, I mean, he did go quick time against the Outlaws first time in the Shark Racing 1A.
How many 410 and 360 fast time didn't land in?
Hold on, can we get the chat? How about this? The chat's kind of live. What do y'all believe Broke Joe thinks of Tanner Holmes? Do you think? Oh, let's do it cut and dry. We got to go black and white, Joe. Do you think Tanner or Broke Joe likes Tanner Holmes or hates Tanner Holmes? Let's hear. It looks like they're divided already. Let's see the chat. Do you think just put hate or like or love? How about hate and love? We'll put it right down the middle. Do you think Broke Joe hates or loves Tanner Holmes? So somebody's already said Broke Joe hates. Hold on. We need hates or loves right now in the chat. Strongly dislike, Charlie Creasy said. Somebody said Chaz wants to get with Tanner's mom. Oh, my. Look at what I'm getting.
Wait.
Look at what I'm getting.
Can someone give me his win total?
No win tunnel. Hates or loves. Broke Joe hates or loves Tanner Holmes. We got 2 hates.
I just want the win total.
Joe wants performance over hey, look at me. Oh, that's good. That's a good one. That's it.
There you go.
Somebody said hates. Colin says hates. Dustin says hates. They all think you hate Tanner Holmes, yo. I mean, I don't see no love.
I'm questioning
Somebody said I'm a fanboy of Tanner. You think this, Joe? You think this?
Well, I don't hate anybody, but I don't think he's positive for the sport.
Oh, you got a Reutzel chiming in here. Andrew Reutzel says he hates media personalities versus track talent.
That's well said.
That's why the Reitzels picked Sanders right there. They're seeing that on track talent. Somebody says I'm trying to hook up with Tanner's mom. Why would they say this, Joe? Why would they say this? I mean, Andrea's kind of hot. I can't say that. I didn't finish the sentence. I didn't do it.
Look at this guy. This guy's going back to the Chili Bowl Peasant Row. I said you should not be allowed to bring a piece of junk to the Chili Bowl and start in the front row of a heat race. You should. Well, we went through that when we'll wait next year for the Chili Bowl. We'll hit on that again.
Well, I mean, and I still think that I had a right to go after Caitlin.
Do you think he'd sell more shirts if it was joke, Joe?
How much? I don't know.
Joke.
Hold on, we're getting beer delivered to the show live. My sister's here. I know you don't believe I have a sister, Joe. What did you get? Hold on, we're gonna see what we got. Hold on.
Wait. Do you and your sister have the same parents?
Well, both parents are dead.
Yeah.
We got delivered. Oh, Joe, this is gonna be a 6-hour podcast. We got a 6-pack of silver bullets. Are these
I'm
the big
giving you
ones?
15 minutes. 15 minutes. I'm going to bed. So anybody have a question?
16-ounce beers, Joe.
Good for you. You're in top shape.
Joe tonight. How much?
How come when you lift your arm up? How come your arm's all flabby?
Hold on. How much am I paying for this?
It was 13 something.
I gotta send her $20, Joe. Oh God.
That's okay. You'll get someone to send it to you.
Shut the fuck up, Joe. This isn't that bad.
When I send you money, am I sending money for your vices or for your bills?
Well, that's an interesting debacle, Joe. That's an interesting debacle. I try to earn everything that I spend. I have had to do Uber Eats, Joe. You're a witness to this. My sister, yeah. You.
My thoughts on Tanner Thorson at Tulare.
Oh God.
I would say.
Okay.
I would say if you're going to use the word hate, Chaz.
Okay.
Chaz, I don't use the word hate. I'll say Tanner Holmes is less popular with me. I mean, Tanner Thorson's less popular than Tanner Holmes with me. I would cheer Tanner Holmes on to beat Tanner Thorson.
You really think this? Well, and that was going to be my my question for you. See, when I promote when I talk highly of Tanner Holmes, for instance, you gotta think I do this with dirt guys in general. I think there are some dirt guys that are pretty damn good, even locally. When I talk about Tanner Holmes, I'm thinking of Tanner Holmes and like, I don't know, fucking Bubba Wallace in the same sentence. Do I think that Bubba Wallace, for instance, or Joey Logano, if you put Joey Logano and Tanner Holmes in a sprint car, which I think is a harder car to drive than a cup vehicle, on the track, I think that Tanner Holmes is a better race car driver
but what does that have
Joey
to do with
Logano.
anything?
I'm comparing to what people respect. You know, it's back to respect for me.
Yeah, but see, Chaz, this is where I try to tell you. That's your opinion, and it's probably my opinion.
Hold on now. Who would you pick? Who deserves more respect? Bubba, who's a better race car driver of a vehicle? Bubba Wallace or Tanner Holmes?
Which vehicle are we talking about?
I think if you gave Tanner Holmes fucking 15 years in a damn cup car, he'd be better.
We'll never know that.
Well, we never know that. So I'm judging the most difficult race car there is to drive. And to me, I'm judging difficulty and ability. Difficulty to drive a 560 horsepower cookie cutter vehicle versus
but it doesn't-
900
but
horsepower fire breathing fucking beast known as a sprint car.
This is where you start losing viewers. It doesn't matter. It's apples and oranges. It's like saying a top fuel driver versus a tennis player. So what?
No,
it doesn't
it's
matter.
not. What is
the
not
argument?
even fair, Joe. I'm taking my hat off. We're going hat off the rest of the episode now.
Well, you're bald. I don't want to see your bald head.
Hey, you can look at the curls. Fuck you. I did buy a new shampoo today. But, all right, we're putting the hat on. The RLR, the Rattle of Plant.
But it does.
Carson
Chaz,
Bowden is coming to drive your car this year. That's my goal.
But you're missing the point here. I keep trying to point this out to you. This high limit race at Vegas, the whole 3-day event, it's badly run. They rush through qualifying. It starts raining. It's windy. It's cold. There's guys getting hit with rocks. They run a race. There's cars stopping on the track. There's yellows. There's cones. There's rocks. There's fuel stops. People aren't going to watch it.
There's everything. There's everything but diversity, Joe. Continue.
It's not going to. The sport cannot get out of its own way to showcase the greatness of what the sport can be, because the people running it seem to get in the way, and they just don't put on a good product.
Right.
They're not showcasing the strengths of what it can be. I don't need the wheel spin. I don't need the same interviews. I don't need
Kyle Busch.
Kyle's okay. We just want to see a good race. We want to see a good race. I want to see. Chat. I'm all about what happens on the track. When you talk about Tanner Holmes, what's his win total? What's he doing on the track? Yeah, he won a nice 360 race. That's great. Justin's won 150 of them. So what?
Okay.
What is going on the track? That's all I'm interested in.
Okay.
But if you know,
yeah,
if the product is bad, they're turning what can be a great spectacle into a bad show.
But why do you think they're doing that though? Why? What's the purpose? Is it what conspiracy about, I guess, or
there's not enough money in the sport for it to be run with a sanctioning body by high-level professional management type people. It's hokey dokey. It's some guy in each state making up his own rules, and people go to races, and it's in a strange place. It can be great. It's like the NFL. If they had no holding rules, and if they just made it the NFL's always tweaking things. The NBA, they change things. They make the sport better. Here, they can't seem to do it.
Right.
Why is there work? Give me this work area, the stopping on the track, the cars running out of fuel. They didn't know the cars were going to run out of fuel. This was totally shocking to everybody that 5 guys start running out of fuel with 6 laps to go. Does this happen in a NASCAR race?
No.
Then they're going to blame the guys for not running bigger tanks.
Right.
It wouldn't have mattered because if they put on bigger tanks, they'll say, okay, now it's 75 laps. That's not the problem.
It's not. No. And that was my issue to begin with. If you're going to say 65.
Okay, wait. I'm going to interrupt for 1 second.
Okay.
I'm glad I thought about this. This flow, every race I watched this year, it's buffering. It keeps buffering.
There's so many people watching.
Well, that's another black eye to the sport. People are paying for flow, and the thing keeps buffering.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not watching the NFL game, and it's locking up on you.
Right.
I mean, there's many things that are just
unprofessional.
I mean, it's unprofessional. It's a shame. We'll still watch it because we're dirt fans. We'll still watch it, but I don't like my friend I took to the race. He's not bringing more friends. He went and he saw it and he liked it.
Does it actually buffer for you?
Yeah. Every race is buffered.
Is your internet good?
Well, with Dirt Vision don't buffer, nothing else buffers. So that's why I'm asking, do other people do other people have buffering problems? I don't know. Turn down the resolution. So I got to see a less. I don't know. Take me to the races, Joe. Flo has been buffering a lot since last year for me. So I mean, it's just, I don't know. They can't. When Steve Beitler was on Jeremy's show, he said he always started his races at 7 o'clock. We don't know the start times. There's no real start time. You turn it on and they're kind of mud packing or they're talking or we don't know the start time. We don't know the finish time. We don't know. I don't know. It's not professionally run.
Would you do better, or do you think you'd have the same issues? What I mean by that, is it a sport issue or is it a management issue?
Well, it's the management. It turns into the sport issue, but
if, for instance, if you're like, we're qualifying at and this is the issue that the Outlaws had with Kyle at Bristol a few years ago. I don't know if I talked to people about this. If you say we're gonna run hot laps at 6:15, and Kyle comes up and says, "Hey man, I'm still signing autographs. Can you push it back 15 minutes?" What do? If you're running the show, you know that Kyle is your bread and butter. You know it. That's why people are here. Do you push it back 15 minutes, or do you say, "Hey Kyle, fuck you, load your shit up and leave"? What do you do? I mean, this is what I think some people are put in the position of doing. They're bending, and we could see it, Joe. They're bending what they do based on the stars of the show.
Well, I don't have the answers. I mean, I'm just bringing up this.
I asked you what you would do.
What would I do?
You telling Kyle to load his shit up and leave? You're DQ'd for the night?
I mean, that gets into a lot of that. You're getting into a lot of things in America. I mean, does the star power, are they more important than the local racer?
Well, no, we're getting into why these decisions get made. These decisions get made based on actual issues, I think. And these are a part of the issues. You know, they're getting bullied by people that make these choices. And are part of if Gravel's, I made jokes with this about Cody. If Gravel spins out and goes backwards on the track, are you going to really say no? Gets his lap, gets up to speed. If you're the World of Outlaws, you want to piss off David Gravel and Todd Queering right now. You sure about that?
So he can do it. Well, I don't know.
This is what I mean.
I think Joe is falling asleep. I don't even know what you're asking me.
Okay. We'll let you go. We'll have somebody else call in, Joe. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah, it's my bedtime, and rules are rules, unless someone with the power to change it changes it. I guess the rules aren't the rules. It's America.
Okay.
All right. Thanks again.
Well, thanks for calling in. Brad Sweet hates both of us now. You're okay with that, though?
I don't know the reasons, and I've never met him, so I don't think it's going to have much.
You never met Kyle? He denied your fucking signature. You know what it's about, Joe.
I met Kyle a few times.
Should I call Brad Sweet real quick? See what he says?
Go ahead. I'm going.
If I was to call Brad Sweet right now, what should I ask him?
Is he friends with Donnie Schatz?
Okay. We'll do it right now. I'm going to call Brad Sweet. I'm going to put his number in. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say it to Brad Sweet. I'm going to call it. I mean, you're throwing me to the wolves, Joe. You want me to ask if he's friends with Brad or with Donnie Schatz? Why does Donnie hate you? What's the deal?
I think you should have Donnie and Brad on a group call.
I don't think that can happen. Donnie's kind of prima donna.
Prima Donnie?
Prima donna. I did not say that, but I can call Brad and see what happens.
Okay, good luck. I'm going to bed. I'll check it out in the morning.
You might want to stay up for this. I'm calling him right after you hang up.
Good night. Bye.
Bye. There he was, ladies and gentlemen. Broke Joe. Call Cody Jacobs. We could call Cody. It is kind of late though. Brad is on the West Coast time. We're gonna give it one more. We're gonna give Brad Sweet one shot, guys. Oh God, we can't even read the number. This is bad. I should not do this. I'm only doing this for y'all. Super chat me, Venmo, PayPal links in the description. We are about to blow the show up. Okay, this show is about to basically go down the gutter. We're going to call Brad Sweet. I basically have like $200 to my name. I got to make a tax payment in like 6 weeks. Once again, Broke Joe said, did all the money I send you go to blah, blah, blah? No, I have to fucking make it, bitch. Fuck you, Joe. But Brad's been very nice to me, even though I've been mean. And we may kill every opportunity to maybe make more money. I may want to suck off the same nipple that Kyle does. We're about to make a phone call that is going to potentially destroy every opportunity that my life ever has. But I'm okay. I believe in God. Kyle is not God. Brad Sweet's not God. We're going to give it a call right now. We're pushing the call button on Brad. Hold on. Let me make sure I got the number right. Brad Sweet, we are calling. Oh my God. We're pushing the call button right now. Thank you for the super chat. Super chats are very welcome. We'll see the super chats next month, ladies and gentlemen. But Venmo, PayPal, we even got the Cash App down there. We're pushing call on Brad Sweet right now. Here we go. I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm ruining my entire potential career right here as we call. Oh, my God. Here we go. I got to get serious if he answers. Oh, God. He ignored the call, guys. Are we calling Cody Jacobs? Is Cody Jacobs up? All right, who are we calling next? We can't get through. I tried, guys. I tried. I mean, somebody even said, don't do it, Chaz. We don't give a fuck. We're rolling the dice. We're high limited. Oh, he just texted me. Don't ever call me again. No, I'm just playing it. Sad. Cody Jacobs. Should we try? It is midnight here in Central Standard Time. I mean, Colin Phillips is sending pictures. Oh, God. Call Spike. Oh, my God. Should we call Spike? Spike ain't really had a situation in a minute. Hold on. He really hasn't had a All right, here we go. We'll do Spike. All right, we'll try. I'm not calling Todd. All right, here we go. We're calling Spike. Oh, I can't tell you his number. Oh. Oh no, he's apparently in Portland banging some 18-year-old girl. Apparently. Oh wow! Instant rejection. All right, we should get off the show. We should get off the show. That is a sign from God, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting off the show. We're getting off. We may be going iRacing tonight, guys. We got a steering wheel supported. Oh God, broke Joe. What did Brad say? Love your show. Too late. Brad Sweet's being nice, guys. He's being nice. Keep the show going. What do you mean? Hold on. All right. Let's see. Call us right now. 423. You son of a fucking bitches. 423-616-7673. We're looking for callers right now. If you don't call in the next 10 seconds, I gotta pee. If you don't call in the next 10 seconds, we ain't fucking taking shit. We're going to bed right now. We got the beer. We got everything we need. We fucking paid $25 for $10 of beer. Oh, shit. Who's calling? Oh, shit. 661. Who is it?
Calling from California.
Oh, I got to piss on the couch. You better say something, damn it. You better say something. I got to pee.
I'm telling you something. So that picture I sent you, I know it sounds weird, but that was like...
I know it's weird. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me 10 seconds. I can hear you. Hold on. I'm listening.
Okay, so during the situation when that was going on, I sent you the picture. It's not a creepy picture, guys. It's like a car in the middle of the literally was at Kern Raceway Park. And it was a sprint car right inside the fence. Like, they stopped the race for about 2 hours so they could get more fencing from in town, bring it out there and fix the fence. So the guy was able to fix his car and still came in third. Like, it was probably one of the coolest things. And it just came across my, like, memories and shit. I think it was, I don't remember exactly I know it was like a California series, but it was some, like, 16-year-old kid that did that.
All right, we took a piss. We're back. What are you talking about?
Okay, so that picture I sent you, I'm trying to figure out who that guy is.
Where is the picture you sent me? What are you talking about?
It was on Snapchat. You're like, Colin's just sending pictures.
I can't bring up my Snapchat. There's too many naked women on there.
Well, this isn't a naked woman. This is like you can see the car though.
Okay, but I can't bring it up on the screen. Is what I'm saying.
Let me screenshot the picture and text it to you. Then would that be able to
Facebook,
work?
Instagram, something like that.
Okay.
Speaking of Instagram, hold on. Let me get this Instagram up. Oh my God, I'm trying to work on a baddie. I call her a baddie. Hold on.
Okay, I'll send it on Instagram.
Look at this.
Oh no,
baddie I'm working on. Hold on.
I gotta turn off my volume. That way I can watch live while we do this.
We're trying to wrap in on this girl right here. Hold on. Look at this. I'm all about. Trying to wrap in on this baddie for maybe Cotton Bowl. I'm not sure. Oh, we're making some moves on this one. Let me tell you something.
Let's see her.
You better not fuck around, lady. I'm telling. Hold on. This is where she's country dancing. Hold on.
Is she very respectful?
Oh yeah, very. As much respect as I need, bro. I'm telling you.
But I know like you like the classy ladies. You're not like me. Like,
well, I'm just saying, as long as I can meet the Jesus
side.
Christ area, I'm good.
Well, I see she's got a cross on. I know. I see.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying.
So, what are we thinking? Are we thinking like, did your sister approve?
I mean, I really don't give a damn what the sister says, as long as that sister right there will approve. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I know that sister definitely approves.
I mean, if she wants to approve, we can much oblige that. I almost got negative. I'm just saying. So you sent me what? Hold on. What did you send me? Hold on. I'm getting sidetracked right now. I'm gonna touch
I
myself
sent it
later.
on the Instagram, the picture I sent you earlier on Snap. It's in your Instagram messages.
Even the chat approves. It's a baddie. I'm telling you, it's a baddie.
She's
All right,
cute.
we're looking for your messages. Hold on. We're trying
my
to.
type,
We're trying.
but not saying she's
The
not
girl
pretty.
was over here. Hold on. We can't give we can't give it out. Oh. I'm halfway in because I made her laugh. You know. I mean. Anyway, she matched with me on Tinder. We're trying to make it happen. Hold on. This is it right
Okay.
here. Hold on. What happened here?
So the car was in the fucking they had to get fencing from in town. I'm trying to figure out who this driver was because he came in third that night too. He's a local guy out of Bakersfield, but he's in like I don't know if they were midgets or what size. I think that is the midget series. Trying to figure it out.
Okay.
And that's why I was asking you in the chat's help because you guys would, I'm an
What
idiot.
track
I'm the person
is this?
That's Kern Raceway Park, which is now
that's the new
Speedway.
Kevin Harvick place.
That's the Kevin Harvick's Kern Raceway Park in Bakersfield, California.
Yeah,
That's
Kern
Kevin Harvick's
Raceway
Kern
at
Raceway,
Bakersfield Speedway. What the fuck are they doing?
They're just putting 1,000 fucking names to it.
It's weird.
The new track shape though looks better than it did back in this time. They reshaped it. It's gonna look good, and they just moved a shit ton of seating from Irwindale. So like, they literally moved the seating from Irwindale to Bakersfield for this track.
Wow. So how many people can it fit?
They're saying right now it's about 8,000. Maybe more. They're saying 8,000. They had 8,000 people at their opening night. With the new seating, that seating it couldn't. I was at the top right there. Then we probably would have like 600-700 people there. But they just upgraded all the seating, and there's way more seating.
So is it going to be that good? I mean,
I think so. The people at the Bakersfield Speedway, they pretty much like the local people love them, and I'm seeing like High Limits is coming through and World of Outlaws is coming through. So hopefully with them, combining with them and with the resources that they're going to have, because the same people that owned Irwindale Speedway own this Speedway. So hopefully it's like we get the guy that's good at, everyone respects him because he's been in the industry for a while. But then we can get the people from Irwindale's money to bring us some,
Interesting.
So I think it was a money thing, and plus, like, the actual Bakersfield Speedway, it was going to cost way too much money to fix the stands due to concrete breaking, and it was 80 years old, man. Like, no one had the money to fix it, and it sucks because my parents met there, but,
Well, I mean, I thought Bakersfield was a pretty good facility when I was there.
It was a good facility. It's just, the issue is the stands and insurance issues because of the stands. Like there was a lot of concrete that was up because of just breaking and wear and tear over the years. There's a lot of tripping hazards, and I feel like a lot of it had to do with they had to fix it because of insurance purposes. And that's what I was thinking about when you were talking about earlier. Maybe they had to wait on that truck race because of the insurance for the track. So they couldn't have people going in and out of there, and they couldn't have the two.
I mean, insurance is a big deal, and people don't think about it much.
And it's probably one of the most expensive things when it comes to a racetrack.
Yeah. It really is.
It ain't cheap. And you kind of got to do what the insurance company tells you to do, and
Or
how
you get
they want
shut
you to do
down.
it. That way, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that's why they couldn't be running 2 series at once, because that company had to have been had to be like specifically like sanctioned through the insurance company to do it.
Right. And if you're not, fuck you.
Yeah, if you're not sanctioned, if you're not greasing those people, then you're not going to get the job, and someone's going to get sued because you didn't have the right people.
Mm-hmm. I know what you mean.
Right. But at the time, this kid that you have the picture up still. The kid that was in the fence was 16 years old. He's a Bakersfield boy. Don't know his name.
Huh. And the crowd or nobody told you who it was, or?
Well, it's been like 2 years, dude. So the kid's like
Okay.
18, so he's 18 now, and I know he's racing still. I just don't know his name. I'm gonna be honest, when you're talking about the people who High Limits who's pushing towards, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm kind of an idiot. I don't know that much about dirt track. I'm learning as I'm going with watching everything and stuff.
Right.
And I feel like High Limits was kind of like, when you were talking about it like that was geared towards the people like me that were in the NASCAR, but then they're pushing, they're opening me up to more of what's going on. And, I feel like watching Carson Macedo race, and with what High Limit is doing, is kind of bringing people like me in. And I don't think it's a bad thing at all for that.
No, it's not bad in that aspect, for sure. But we do have a few people who have missed the calls. Do you want to hear what they had to say?
Sure.
I'm not pushing you to the side. I know what you're saying. You're different. You're watching the show. That's awesome. I'm curious. We do have a voicemail left. I'm curious on what the voicemail said, though.
Okay. Well, I will talk to you later. I'm going to turn it up then right now.
Where are you out of?
Since I'm at Bakersfield. Remember,
are you going to any of the High
day?
Limits this week?
I literally go back to work on Wednesday. And literally I go back to the middle of the ocean on Wednesday night. So I'm not able to. Yeah. But if you're coming through, you can crash. Doors open.
I mean, we'll see. I don't know how that's going to happen, but we'll see. We'll see.
All right, bro. Well,
Alrighty.
I will.
I'm curious on this voice message. We're going to play it once I hang up with you.
All right. Talk to you later, bud.
All right. Thank you. Colin, right? Colin?
Yes. Colin from California.
Oh, my. All right. Thank you for calling. All right. Here's this voice message. Let's hear what the voice message. We do take voice messages on the show. Let's hear what it says. Let's hear it. He's driving. Oh God. We got one calling already. Hello, you're on the show, 925. Where's 925 out of, you piece of shit?
California.
Oh, no.
What's wrong with California?
Bears. And black women. Oh, God, that's what's wrong with Texas, actually. Golly. Hold on, let's see what she said. Hello?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Well, what I wanted to know is, I keep trying. Maybe I missed it. I came in late. What's the deal with the half-mile deal? I mean, no half-mile racetracks go 30 laps. Why did High Limit and the most intelligent people in sprint car racing decide to go 30 laps on a big half-mile like that?
I mean, the Knoxville Nationals, they do stop it at 25. No, I honestly don't know why they went to 30 laps. Personally, I don't know.
It doesn't make sense, and and the cars started running out of fuel with 20. At 25,
not all the
right
cars.
there. No, but not all the cars were running the big tanks.
The ones that mattered did, though.
That is true. That is true.
Once I heard Rico's off the pace, they fucking red flagged that shit.
Well, I think that was like the second or third, maybe fourth guy, right?
Right,
Before,
but
once
Rico was off the pace, fucking shut the show down.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess so. It's the Kyle Larson, Brad Sweet effect. Hey, I also have a reason, a comment to why Jason Sanders is still in California. My reason, what I believe is that he can stay out here, run for the NARC championship, race for 2 or 3 car owners, and still be able to be in his own bed every night and still run his FK Rodin's shock department for the Casey Kane. Hello?
No, I'm listening to you. But if he could take the 87, why wouldn't he take it?
Because, like I said, he doesn't, I don't think he has the
Well, he's kind of like the
ambition.
Danny Dietrich, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's trying to make a living on the North or the West Coast, like you say, with NARC.
Right.
I mean, it would take a very good opportunity for him to leave. I just think at 87 is a good opportunity. Maybe some other ones. I don't know.
But I don't think he's been given that opportunity, and I don't think he wants to.
He don't want to give it away for a fucking 70 Premier ride or some joke ride. He wants a real ride if he's going to take it.
Well, yeah, and the rides you're talking about, there are no vacancies.
Right. Well.
Yeah, but like I said, he might fill in for somebody for a short time, but I don't think that he's ready or I don't think he wants to be on tour.
Right.
I don't think he does. I really don't.
Right. Okay.
He just got married and all that,
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to be, like I said, he's a Danny Dietrich of the West Coast. I think the West Coast don't have that flair that the East Coast gets, the respect, the notoriety. So I think that's why West Coast drivers take off, like Macedo, Sweet, Larson, name them. Whereas
Rico,
the PA drivers, if you win in PA, you get this like outlaw credibility. I just think the West Coast don't get that credibility technically. So.
You're totally 100% correct on that.
Right.
And if you look at and now the thing is, like somebody brought up earlier tonight, the local scene has been depleted. You go to a NARC show, you're gonna see the same 3 or 4 guys.
Well, I think the problem with the West Coast is y'all have the drivers, you have the teams, but you don't have the fans. You go to PA, they got 5,000 people for a weekly race.
You know what? I totally agree with you because you see it on Flow or whatever you're watching, the seats are empty.
Right.
There's more people in the pits than there is in the stands.
People don't support it. They just don't support it enough.
It's an older, and I guess it's not like the rest of the country, like you said. It's an older generation thing, and these older people are dying off,
Right.
And the younger generation in California isn't interested. If you could do sprint car drifting, they might be interested.
Right.
Because you get like 500
Well,
of those
or
people
if you
show
could
up on a
market
Friday
the
night.
if you could market the fucking sport correctly, you know, I mean, people see sprint cars, they think drifting, but at the end of the day, it's better than drifting. No one is over there doing the fucking proper marketing to push the sport in a correct way. You know, and they're not fucking getting people to the track. There's fucking 28 million estimated people in California. The reason you don't have a crowd is because nobody's promoting the fucking sport.
Yeah, they're
I got
going
an
by
argument
word of
with Bud
mouth
Kading and
stuff.
everybody about this. No one's promoting it properly. Period.
Well, to be honest with you, most people that have been around for a few years, like myself, think it's dead to begin with.
Well, and they're only thinking it's dead because they ain't fucking going out there and fucking reviving it. There's no lack of people in any of the racing areas that the fucking NARC series goes to. There's only a lack in getting the people to the track. There's no one promoting it properly. California is the best example of mishandling the promotional aspect of the sport.
Oh, absolutely. And the worst, to be honest with you, and it's the closest track to me, you know, because I live in the, you know, Central Valley, or a little north of that, but the worst track for that type of situation is the Stockton Dirt Track. When they
100%.
first opened,
100%. Yeah.
When they first opened, they had like almost 200,000 people there.
Right.
But then the people that paid their money saw the race, went out to their cars and found them all broken into by the Stockton public. People started not coming there. There's no restrooms. There's no concessions. They got plenty of beer for $18 a cup, but you know they don't have. I don't know.
That's still a promotional issue if you don't properly.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
They throw money at it, but the thing is, it's all word of mouth.
Money is one thing, but how you utilize the money is another. The money's not being properly utilized.
Oh, absolutely. You're absolutely. You know, like there are no promoters in California.
In California, period. They're not promoting the fucking sport.
No, they 100%. Are not.
Now the question is, funny enough, I don't know if you saw this beautiful woman I put on my screen earlier. You might have.
I don't think I did.
Well, she is, I don't know how I'm pulling this off. She is willing to come on the show right now. I don't know how this is happening. I mean, this is the gloriness of Instagram. We're about to have, once we get off the phone with you, she is calling in to the show. I don't know how this is happening. This woman you see on your screen, and this is the element of promotion, to be honest with you. She is calling in after you. She already gave me her number. We are going to have a very interesting debate. But we need to be promoting to women like this. Why are we not doing this? She could win the bikini contest at Chico like it is nothing. I'm voting for it. I don't know if Kenny Wallace is. This is interesting. If this actually goes through, I am going to be hilariously fascinated. But if this woman goes through, and she's about 15 minutes from me, we can go through in more than one way. I ain't going to say this on the show. But I did. You're going to be one of the best commentators, callers we've ever had, because you have superseded her. We'll see if she calls in. We'll see what happens. But I believe that California is doing an injustice in actually promoting the sport. There's too many people. Look, think about the population of Mennonite fucking PA in the middle of the fucking woods versus the population of Stockton or Chico or any of them, Merced. To Larry Fresno, there are no excuses.
No, there is not. You know, all you have are greedy track operators. That's all you have.
Yeah, that's true.
But I have a question for you.
What's the question?
About Texas dirt tracks.
Oh God, it's even worse.
Well, you've lost quite a few tracks, and some. I mean, I used to live there in the early '70s as a kid, and you had. Was there a place called Green Valley Raceway?
No, there was a track called Super Bowl Speedway in Greenville, Texas. Maybe.
Okay. What tracks ran sprint cars back in the '70s? Devil's
Bow in Mesquite, the home of the World of Outlaws, the beginning of the entire series.
Right. I'm well versed with them. But any other racetracks I know that ran sprint cars in the Dallas area?
Devil's Bow was the place to go.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay. Because my memory don't serve me. I had a program from way back then, but
what part? Hold on now. There was a USA series that ran a few. There was the 85. I can tell you all the racetracks that was in the area. You had Devil's Bow. You had 85 Speedway, North Texas Motor Speedway, Super Bowl Speedway, Cowtown Speedway, which was the track that was unfortunately taken down. It was on the borderline of the racetrack where the Outlaws were just at. There was a track on the fence line that was possibly one of the tracks you're talking about. There was a lot of racing in the DFW area, and it unfortunately, I tried to figure it out. I mean, I pushed my way out because when you get into these states that are football and baseball influenced, you might as well just leave. You might as well just fucking leave if you're a race person. Because, maybe in the 70s or 60s it was influential. But in today's society, it's a joke. And I think that's, once again, a fault of the promotional groups of the racing society. I think maybe California, I've been there a ton of times. I think that California is a big example of the problems with the racing industry. How do you have almost 30 million people and you can't get them to the track? I was in Chico, going downtown, talking to the college girls. Obviously, I'm a player. I don't play the game, but I play the game a little bit. I was talking. I'm not shy. I think some of these dirt track people are shy. I'm not. I go out and I start talking some shit, and it's like they never heard of it. There's the fucking track in Chico. Chico's about 20-mile radius in Northern California. It's where Aaron Rodgers grew up. I actually spent a decent amount of time around Aaron Rodgers' fucking high school coach. And he had never... Aaron Rodgers is right there. You are in a town full of baddies, bro. And you have a fucking bikini contest paying $5,000 to win, and I'm going up to senoritas that have never fucking heard of it.
Well,
and that's Brad
the
Sweet
girls
and Kyle
that
Larson.
Bikini contest.
That's Brad Sweet and Kyle Larson promoting it, the biggest names we know of. And the girls downtown in your little Mexican restaurant, and I'm just running my mouth a little bit, and they don't know what you're fucking talking about.
Well,
that's a problem.
Well, it's a money grab for them. It's not about promoting. It's not about all the bullshit that they've been.
It's not about the merit of the sport. And this is why I get all fucking mad and popular, I guess, because I'm talking about the realities. And these people are working and making a fucking millionaire on being fake. In a way. Oh, great. We got the dog coming in. Come here. Where you at? Come here. Come here. You want to be fucking famous, you asshole?
What kind
The
of
dogs
dog?
have came in, ladies and gentlemen. We're God, it's knocking over cans.
Hey, by the way, I know Broke Joe.
You know him, like personally.
I do.
Okay. Why?
Well, the thing is I was involved in motorsports as an official for 40 years in California, in this area, in Northern California. And the first place I ever went to or was involved with was a place that was close to his house and a lot of people ran at.
Well, what is it? Because the baddie is watching. She says she's learning right now. She's listening to you. The baddie's coming. We are going to have the baddie on the show. I think she's down. I mean, so you're prequeling this live OnlyFans. Well, I mean, we can make a lot of money with her on OnlyFans. But anyway, Badlands, I'm assuming you're talking about?
Baylands.
Baylands, that's correct. Sacramento, California, right?
No, Baylands Raceway Park, home of the Fremont Drag Strip.
So you're a drag fan.
In Fremont, California.
Okay.
So basically, you know, him and his dad had, you know, the Ed Malden connection he talked about a while back. Him and his dad used to go out there and race, you know, and it wasn't
You talking about the sergeants?
Pretty. What's that?
You talking about like Mike Sargent and everybody, or?
Oh yeah, Mike, Mark, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, Jimmy Sills, Chuck Gurney, Ron Schumann, you know, I mean, you had all the top stars running their sprint cars on a Saturday night, and then the Outlaws would come in first time 1981.
Well, and that's where apparently Broke Joe won a race.
Yeah, he won a race in 1988. I saw that.
You was there.
Absolutely.
And he won.
Yes.
Somebody said Kevin Plant.
What's that?
Kevin Plant.
Kevin Plant.
Plant? Somebody said Kevin Plant, maybe?
I don't know.
Okay.
Nope. No, but, you know, back then, you know, you had 40, 50 sprint cars on a Saturday night, and that wasn't NARC. You know, NARC had their own deal.
Right.
So they ran against them, and we had so many cars back in those 80s. It was a great time. You know, that's when the Outlaws, okay, now, you know, when the Outlaws come to town, you got like 4 or 5 stars. Well, back then, shoot, you had Swindells, you had Kinzer, you had Hoddenchild, you had, you know, Wolfgang. These
You're
are
only
names.
naming, you understand you only named 4 people. Who else?
Okay.
Yeah,
Bobby
okay
Davis,
is right.
Ron
Who
Schumann,
else?
Bobby Davis Jr., Ron Schumann, Brad Doty. That's about 7 or 8.
That's 6.
Okay.
I can name Geo. I can name Shot. I mean, I can name a few more.
Right. But they're not winning.
Well, and was Ron Schumann and all these guys winning back then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then you mix in your Northern Californian, Jimmy Sills, Chuck Gurney, Brent Kading, Jimmy Boyd. And then you got your contingent from Washington, your Cecil Walkers, your Tim G, you know?
Yeah.
Back then there was a ton of cars. Now there's not so many car owners and there's not so many cars.
Unfortunately. But
and it's just, to me myself, it's just kind of weird to root for a kid named Noah in a sprint car race.
Right.
You know?
Right.
It's not like Steve Kinzer, Doug Wolfgang, Sammy Swindell.
Well, but honestly, if the sprint car industry was properly placing value on performers, David Gravel is the Steve Kinzer of today's society. You know, Carson Macedo is the Sammy Swindell of today's society. Doug Wolfgang is, and this is why I have an issue with NASCAR. You know, if we didn't have the same system, you would have Chris Bell and Kyle Larson in the national sprint car fucking scenes. They wouldn't be going to NASCAR. They would be, you know, if you had a national sprint car tour right now, with Brad Sweet, Kyle Larson, David Gravel, Christopher Bell, and Carson Macedo, if that was the show week in and week out, you got a fucking show. This is why I get mad at NASCAR, because they stole our fucking show. You know, they stole our guys who were supposed to be our representation. You know, Kyle Larson should, if it was 1984, Kyle Larson ain't going to NASCAR. 1984, Steve Kinzer won $50,000 at Eldora when Dale Sr. was winning 47 at fucking Talladega.
Right.
You didn't have to go to NASCAR to be a rich motherfucker. You could go to fucking sprint car racing. Our premier series right now should be on a week in and week out basis as David Gravel, our greatest representation we got in dirt racing. Our weekly racing should be David Gravel, Kyle Larson, Chris Bell, Carson Macedo, and Brad Sweet right now. Who wouldn't want to see that? Every week.
Well, I think you would pack the stands with that group.
And
yes,
that's
absolutely.
how the World of Outlaws packed the fucking stands. That's how they did it. They didn't fucking sell it out. We weren't in a fucking cold trickle age. That's my point. That's been my point for 8 years. That's why Kyle came after me, because I was pointing this shit out. And Kyle, I ain't trying to be mean to Kyle, but he makes a damn good living sucking off the nipple.
Well, I have a big problem with that. I think what you're talking about, I have a big problem with when you start at one level and you move up to another level, you don't go back down. When you go to so many levels to where you're a cup, you don't go back down to the grassroots
what
level.
The fuck are you? Hold on. Now we're going to have an argument. Because, in my opinion, this sprint car shit ain't no fucking level, sir. Just because Kyle Larson and fucking Christopher Bell treat it like a stepping stone don't mean it is. That's a lie. That's a falsity. That is a incorrect representation of what this sport is. Just because they used it that way, the white man, I know this could go in very different levels, but just because the rich white guys, used our sport as a fucking prick and prockle fucking you take where the good guys are, just because you used us as that style of conformity doesn't mean that's what it is. This shit ain't no level. Just because you used it as a level. You know what I mean by this, I hope.
Okay, but yes, I do. Yes, I do. But here's my problem, okay? He goes to, I'm talking about Mr. Larson. He goes to Australia, wins $100,000, goes to the gold, or the Chili Bowl, the shootout.
They set that shit up for him. He should have went to the fucking back when the banner went down. Anyway, continue. Go ahead. I got in a fucking fight over this. Kyle's mad at me. Kyle Larson's so fucking mad. Anyway, continue. I'm sorry.
Okay, and he takes a couple $1,000 away from 10 and 12-year-olds. Then he runs Chili Bowl, wins that. But then it comes to NASCAR, his day job. He hasn't won a freaking race yet.
You know why that is, right?
What's that?
You know why that is, right?
Why is that? He's really good against the amateurs. That's my opinion.
No. Hold on. Kyle Larson is a better race car driver than anybody in NASCAR. Maybe Bell. They have NASCAR has a fucking system set up to where if you don't do XYZ in the XYZ formulation, you don't perform at the end of the fucking mantle. Kyle Larson's winning segments. Kyle Larson's winning races. He's out driving these guys. They have a formula set up, though. And if you don't perform under this formula, you don't get the results. Period.
Well, I think Denny Hamlin knows all
Kyle
about that.
Larson just won, segment 2 today?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, so what?
So what does that mean? He won part
what do you
of a
mean?
race.
Hold on. NASCAR is a falsity of performance. It's not real. Do we need to reference the Ty Gibbs video as to how good you are?
Oh, hey, wait a minute. Okay, Ty Gibbs took a big-time flip last night. Where did he finish today?
I don't know, actually.
Like 30th.
Right. Oh, I'm just saying, Kyle Larson, driver-wise, skill-wise, is better than all the NASCAR fucking roster. Bell's better than all the NASCAR. I don't care where you finish in this league where you have 3 owners that dictate the fucking finishing order. This is why I call NASCAR the biggest fucking John Wick bullshit ever, because they can determine the finishing order based on who owns what cars. I am very impressed that Josh Berry won, but Josh Berry also tentacled to the Penske Racing organization.
Yes, that car, the Wood Brothers
it's a
don't
Penske
see that
car. They just put Wood Brothers on it because it looks cool. It's not because it is. It's a falsity. It's not real.
Well, it's not. You're right.
That's what I mean. So who gives a... This is what I've been saying for 8 years. This is why Kyle got mad at me, slapped me around. Who cares what you do in a NASCAR league? Come over here where the drivers are, whether that's a sprint car, whether that's a super late model, whether that's an IMCA modified, a fucking stock car. You can come to my local track down here. There's better local drivers here in Dallas, Texas than fucking Chase Elliott, than Josh Berry. They're better drivers. You can't beat them. You can't beat them. That's why I don't consider NASCAR results as real.
Well, let me ask you this. Okay, one of those drivers you're talking about, the last race he won, did he start in the front row?
It don't matter.
Yes, it does.
No, it don't. When you got 500 laps, when you got 500 laps, you can manufacture results. When you have 500 fucking laps, it don't matter where you start.
Selfie only won that race at Kennedale because there wasn't even a 1-lane track. It was a half-a-lane racetrack, and it was single file freight train, that race.
Which one? Friday or Saturday? Saturday was not single file.
Where he won it. Friday night when he won.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But I don't think... Hold on. Okay, fine. You want to reference KSP, Kennedale, Texas, Fort Worth? You want to reference that Friday night? I don't think there's one NASCAR driver outside of Larson and Bell who could have kept on the fucking lead lap. Even if it's single file. I don't think they could have carried a 900 horsepower sprint car on the lead lap. I think there's locals in the B main better than the NASCAR drivers. Ty Gibbs wanted to have been able to make the A Friday night. Period.
Well, that is the point right there. Exactly. Right there. That's why you can't promote racing in California for NARC sprint cars, because everybody but maybe 4 guys that aren't even there every week is a B mainer.
Right. That's all I'm saying. All right.
Okay.
Do you want to should we turn the batting in? She's going to sleep, I think.
I got one more thing.
Okay, what's one more thing?
Okay, Denny Hamlin, I don't know if he's smart enough to figure it out yet, but if you've watched the NASCAR race, he seems to get a speeding penalty or going through he gets a penalty every freaking week. You know, if he would just shut his mouth and race and drop this bullshit lawsuit, he'd be better off.
Potentially. No, they're trying to take down NASCAR because NASCAR does this. This is why I'm so upset that High Limit's trying to align with NASCAR, because NASCAR does operate in a monopoly. When they get involved into something, they want to own everything. Everything.
Well, if they didn't, let's put it this way. Okay, all these big-time racetracks, Darlington,
they own
Rockingham. Okay, that's the thing. When they closed, when these tracks owners, the original owners, sold out or couldn't afford it no more, NASCAR bought the properties to keep the sport going.
Yeah, and I agree with this. This is why I say when people come with me or come to me and say, hey, you're this fucking, you're this guy, tell the truth. I'm like, hold on. Who else is going to spend the money to even do what they did?
Well,
you got to understand, like you said, they're spending the money that no one else spent to spend it. It's not a monopoly. It's simply that no one else wanted to invest the amount of money that they invested into keeping it going. I agree.
And I totally disagree with them, but with the monopoly thing, because there are other forms of stock car racing.
Okay. My only answer to that would be like, they own it all because they spent it all.
Well, that's why they're taking a new owner.
Right. They have it all because they were the only ones left. Simple.
Yes. Well, thanks for taking my call, man, and hope to see you at a Northern California racetrack sometime this summer.
Oh, God. We always get in a fight when we go there.
No, you don't. You just got to stay away from the cartel.
I've been to the
Gold
Cup twice, and both times I've went into that fucking auditorium, I've gotten a fight twice.
Well, because you're a very popular person. People are fighting over you.
They're always trying to fight me, and it was a big dude last year. And I just been through so much shit. When that guy fucking looked at me, he was like probably 6'5", 280. When he fucking looked at me and he said, motherfucker, fuck you. I looked right at him and I said, no, fuck you. And I fucking walked his ass down. I'm curious when this FS1 fucking Flow Racing deal comes out with High Limit, when they go to Chico. I'm curious if I'm going to be in it. Because at that fucking bikini contest, I walked that motherfucker down and they had to separate us. Because I was not going to let these motherfuckers keep pushing me around. I'm tired of it. These motherfuckers run up into my face. And these motherfuckers run up into my face, want to talk their fucking shit. I ain't going to be walking away no more. I'm fucking walking them down. And if they want some, they can get some. But I ain't going to be no bitch no more. Like the year before, there was like 6 people who walked up on me. And I was like, why are y'all mad? Now, I'm not worried about why are you mad. I'm sitting here like, you're mad? Okay. Why? Fuck you. That's how I'm being. Fuck the West Coast.
Well, if you need a wingman, I'll run muscle for you.
Every fucking year I've been to the Chico Silver Dollar Nationals or Silver or Gold Cup Nationals. Every year I've been in a fight. Every fucking year. And last year, 2 years ago, I was like, what's going on? Last year, I said, come the fuck on. Let's go. Fuck you. It was a different scenario. It really was. It really was. But anyway, I know you got to get off here. We're gonna call the baddie. We're gonna see if the baddie answers. I don't know if she will or not. But that's the game plan.
All right. Well, if you need a wingman or somebody to run muffle for you, give me a call.
Okay, we will. We're gonna save this fucking number. I'm taking. Hold on. Let me take a picture of this number real quick. Hold on. We got us a backup when we go to Go Cup. You're saying I can go to I'm gonna go to Go. I'm gonna go to Go Cup. If somebody has a problem with me, we'll sick them on you. That's what you're saying.
You got it.
Okay. Well, thank you for calling, sir. What was your name? Do you want anyone to know your name?
My name's Willie.
Oh fuck. I don't ever trust a motherfucker named Willie.
Well, you're gonna hate this, Willie Williams.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in, Willie Williams. We're hanging up on you. We're gonna call the baddie and see if she answers. I don't know if she will.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. That was Willie Williams. Oh God, we're calling the baddie. Oh God, hold on. Let's get her a frame up on the screen. Oh my, back to frames. Oh my, let's put her up on the screen just a little. Oh my, hold on. We don't even need to play this at all. We'll just keep it on that. We will see if the baddie answers, ladies and gentlemen. She might be trying to get more. I'm gonna actually say this. Are you trying to get more like? She might have researched the Chaz a little bit. She might be trying to get those OnlyFans followers. Hold on, we gotta see if there's. Hold on, we'll see. Here we go. Oh my God, this is bad.
Hello.
Hello, you actually answered. I'm blushing now, right now, live on the screen.
I don't know why I wouldn't have answered.
Why would you answer?
I'm a night
though?
owl.
I'm trying to figure out why you're answering. This is like headline news in the dirt racing world.
Well, now I've been watching your little channel.
Your little channel. Okay, first of all, I'm used to hearing little, but not channel. At the end of oh, now you're laughing. God, I'm blushing too much now. So what do you mean? You've been watching the channel. What have you learned at this point?
Well, like as far as the knowledge sticking in my brain, not much. I just know that you know a lot of arenas. Did it start in Mesquite? Did he say? Where did it start? I heard
not Mesquite
like
Arena.
Where?
Well, it was Mesquite. Well, I always say it when people ask me, where are you from? I say, I'm from Dallas, Texas. I'm a Section 8 kid. So I grew up in high school where there was 5 white people. This is why I say all the time, like, they always ask me, how'd you learn how to rap so well? You obviously didn't research. But I say I grew up in I don't know if you've heard of Bryan Adams. Have you heard of Bryan Adams before? Gaston Middle School. These are areas where I grew up. And then I relocated to Mesquite at about 14. And then at 14 on up, I was in Mesquite. And then I graduated to where I am today. But I feel like, personally, I've been able to experience a bunch of different cultures. Obviously, Australia. Obviously, a lot of stuff. But I feel like in that area of my life where I grew up in impoverished areas, I would call it. I mean, Section 8 kid. I was Monday through Friday in these areas where I was interacting with culture, and Friday, Saturday, I was at Racetrack. So I feel like I was very able to at least adapt to...
You are a spicy white boy.
What do you mean spicy? Hold on. Is that my nickname now? We got to put this on the map. We are spicy white boy. What are you calling you? Are you calling you Busty Beyonce? I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, this is very intriguing. I'm curious. What's your comments? You've been watching the show for what? How long? How long have you been watching the show? I'm curious.
For about 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Is it?
Do
you have an audience or no?
No, I don't think so.
I'm just curious. I don't want to sit here and speak out of line. No, I saw some dude like you were kissing up on, the little skinny, MGK lookalike. I don't want to offend him.
I was kissing somebody on my Instagram.
I mean, if I got to pull it up, I will, but I ain't going to do it. If I got to pull it up, I will.
What the heck? I don't recall kissing anybody on my Instagram, but it might be there.
Did you say what the heck instead of what the hell? What's wrong with you?
I'm working on my language.
You're working on your language. What do you mean you got to work on your language? Is there something that we don't know about? What do you mean? Why do you got to work on it?
Well, I've been going to church.
You've been going to church. So hold on. This is the blessings that God can give us tonight. Hold on. Well, I don't know if you're seeing your picture on the screen right now, but it's very alluring.
I'm trying.
Go ahead, take some minutes.
Okay, hold on.
I tried to give you a good angle, at least. I think it's really good.
Oh yeah, that's a cute picture.
Okay. So, respond.
Okay, let me see.
I'm trying to be gracious here. So
how do I mute this video and talk to you?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Like watch your live and talk to you at the same time?
I mean, it's halfway possible if you have like a, I don't want to say a polygamy aspect because I don't believe in polygamy. Monogamy is the way to go. I think so. You're obviously a little bit religious. So you said you were trying to correct your language. I'm curious on that comment.
Yeah, because I cuss a lot, but I'm trying not to cuss so much. So like little words like heck, what the heck, you know.
You got to calm down on the little comments because obviously white guys, we got this little aspect. But besides,
wait, so I can't say little anymore. Small.
I mean, you oh God, that's even worse. All right, go back to little. But regardless, so you had been on here for 20 minutes. What have you learned? I'm curious.
Well, there's a lot of names being tossed around, and I feel that you are very passionate about this not being promoted the way you want it to be promoted.
Okay.
This dirt racing, right?
You've never heard of it before, correct?
Well, I've been to like some race tracks.
Okay.
Like rednecks and paychecks and
oh God, that's like the white. We can't equate the trash to the scenario. So, did you vote for Trump? Hold on, we got no man. I don't want you to say that out publicly.
I was gonna say, oh my gosh, I'm a black woman. I'm a black woman.
I don't want you to publicly put this out here. But there's some publicly things you're putting out, obviously, on the image of the screen. But at the end of the day, oh God, this is bad. So you say there's some passionate things I'm talking about that I feel like is underrepresented.
Yeah.
You've never heard of this sprint car thing? Have you heard of that before?
No and yes. Like I have recently seen it like on my timeline, but really haven't paid too much attention to it, to be honest.
So what did you see on your timeline, for example?
Like the sprint cars.
Can you first of all, can you go outside with this photo and like tell the train to stop blowing its horn? I'm trying to blow my horn with you, but that's a whole nother subject. There's background noise that is ruining the show. That's what I'm concerned about.
Let me go somewhere quieter.
Who just laughed in the background? Was that your white friend? No, I'm just playing.
No, that's just me.
What?
I said it's just me.
Okay, it's just you. You're laughing that much. Okay. So you're saying recently on your timeline, there was this sprint car thing that you never heard of before. What do you mean? What came up on your timeline?
Like when you think of race, like when I think of racing, I think of like NASCAR.
Exactly, yes.
Or like little doom buggies or
rednecks with paychecks.
Yeah, type stuff.
So have you still not seen what a sprint car is?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like recently, so I went on your page and I seen like what a sprint car is. And I have seen like sprint cars down my timeline here recently.
Right.
but it hasn't been like anything that I've like seen people passionate about or talking about really.
Nobody getting fired up, basically.
Yeah, nobody's saying, "Hey, I'm fixing to go watch a sprint car."
Right. Well, and that's my obviously. I think you said you've been watching.
People are
20
like,
minutes.
"I'm going to Yellow Belly tonight."
Yeah, exactly. The ghettoest ass fucking track in the world at this point. So you're saying have you still not seen a sprint car go around a racetrack?
No, haven't.
Do you know what it means? Do you have an idea? Like, it sounds like
Well,
this
the
big
word
thing,
sprint
right?
is in it, so I assume it like sprints fast. It goes fast.
I am turning off of your video here with your large breasts. So we're going to go ahead and try to show you what a sprint car is. Is that okay? Do I have to ask permission, or is this like a thing?
No, just like, you know.
Well, you can't even look at your phone right now, right? I mean,
yeah, I'm trying to watch it, but I'm lagging. You know?
So this was in Kennedale. I was trying to get you to come out and be like a content girl. I think I said that, honestly. But it was too late. You responded too late. You were too late on the response. But this is what a sprint car is, for the record. This was what was technically 45 minutes away from you. So it's like these cars that are basically rockets on wheels. They're the most extreme vehicle in racing motorsports. I think they have about 980 horsepower. They're 1,400 pounds. Very light, very quick. I think that's what causes the racing action that you can see on a week in and week out basis. But we were actually here. There was a seat for you, but you denied me, and that's fine.
Oh my gosh,
it's because I'm fat and white. I get it. There's a lot of competition for you. Beyonce and Jay-Z, had a baby, and it's you, and I can't compare. But at the end of the day, these cars are going back and forth. They're extremely exciting. Once again, this was the main event from Saturday night, and the 83 and the 15. I don't know if you're watching this on your phone, but the 83 and the 15 are racing for the lead in this tight, confined area. It's very visually appealing. It's like drifting. Most people consider this Tokyo Drift, but it's not. It's a little bit different. We had NASCAR drivers try it, but the NASCAR driver that tried it recently actually flipped into the fence, and he couldn't technically keep up. So, did you just see the clip, or did you pirouette away?
No, I was watching it. And first question: how fast do they go?
How fast do these cars go? You're asking. So they only race the biggest tracks they race on, which this was a quarter mile. This track that you're actually watching them on, if you're watching the screen, this was a quarter mile track. They're probably hitting 100, 105, 110 miles per hour. On the bigger tracks, they're probably half mile is probably the biggest track they go to. NASCAR goes to 2.5 miles, 1.5 mile tracks. I try to say this is kind of like the Formula One of dirt, because Formula One race cars are the closest cars that these cars are comparable due to their power and their weight of the vehicle. On a half mile track, I think the world record currently is 148 mile per hour average. So that would probably be about 140, 50 tops. And then probably in the corner 135 miles per hour. But once again, it's like, this is a form of motorsport. Obviously, you've been watching it. That just doesn't get the proper representation and proper respect that I think it deserves for the difficulty that it takes to drive these cars around this facility. Hold on, we'll go back to your picture because we got to keep the male audience up, obviously, and you will do that. And I think you're doing a great job of it in this photo here. Oh my God, I got to go touch myself real quick. But at the end of the day, there are. I just think the cars, the excitement, the ability that it takes to be able to control a vehicle in this. It's a short confined area and small. I would say small, but once again, we've found offense to that labeling. But I do think that there is a lot of ability it takes to control that much in a small confined area, and I think that's where it's underrepresented. It's not properly, like I said, I think represented is the proper term for the ability it takes to actually do what it takes to control that much in a small, little, beautiful area, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Because I've never heard of it, to be honest.
Well, and that's the problem. I think it's just underrepresented. Nobody is actually promoting the sport in a proper way. Because if it was pushed, I think, as you've seen me, I guess, say, I think if it was pushed in the proper way and it was, projected to the national public, that it would get a little bit more notoriety, a little bit more respect, a little bit more status, I guess is the right way to say it. Because right now it kind of just don't get that. Like you said, you've never heard of it. And for you to not hear of it as this beautiful established person, like why? It's like, why is this not happening? And
So
that's where I have my issues.
For this in our area, right? That's what you're telling me. They do have tracks for this in our area, and they race them.
Oh, hold on. I just want to show you this. There is a actual representation of, and I'm not trying to be mean here, and some people could see me as being mean when I point this out. This was a actual NASCAR driver trying out our sport. This was the first lap of the main event. I don't know if you're watching your screen, but he ended up basically flipping it into the wall. He couldn't, and this is me being cocky, he couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle how hot you were. He couldn't put it down like it needs to be put down. He couldn't put it in the corner, if that makes sense, in the proper way. This is a replay. This was a very big deal because a NASCAR driver was coming to our industry. I'll try to fast forward it, but he just didn't know what to do, and he flipped it off into the fence. Very violently, actually. He just didn't know what to do with our cars.
Well, that does say a lot about the sport.
Well, and this is kind of why I, over the years, hold on, we got to put your picture back up. You're the hot mainstay of the night. This is kind of why I haven't technically, or I guess we can say have technically, said that, it's kind of a systematic thing. It's like, why is something so great not being fairly represented in natural communities? Because if you think it's like racing and like football. If you're the best thrower of the football, if you score the touchdowns, if you shoot the ball the best, if your form of doing that is better than everything else, you should get that recognition. It happens in every other form of sport, visual appeal, except motorsports. And this is why I get so mad about it, is because it's such a, unfortunate situation that doesn't get fair treatment, is the best way to say it. It's just like, look at your photo here. Your photo here is worth $400,000 on OnlyFans. If it, I'm just saying. I mean, but it's a dime a dozen, right? I mean, I guess in your industry. I'm not saying you're an OnlyFans girl. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying visual appeal is very high, but it don't get that recognition in a way. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it does for you because you're the girl in the picture, but it's a motorsport. It's supposed to be. I just feel like I'm taking sports, performance, difficulty, and I'm trying to place it on the motorsports, and it doesn't align, and that's why I get so pissed off. So,
is this sport worldwide?
It's actually more worldwide than NASCAR. I went to Australia last year for about 3 months. They take it very seriously over there. But they also don't have a NASCAR, I call it a shadow, over it. Over there they treat our sport as very professional, high level, admiristic, I guess is the word. I don't know if I made it up, but they take it very admirable. They see it as a high level, high degree of difficulty, which in most industries, the more difficult it is, throw racing out the building. The more difficult a task is to accomplish, you get rewarded more, And in Australia, that happens. But in this country, it just doesn't. And I blame the NASCAR. Like you said, you've heard of racing, you've heard of things, but you haven't heard of this. It's like, why?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make sense to me. So I get very upset about it.
Yeah, these cars look kind of expensive. Or these, what are they, sprinters?
Well, I mean, if you want to go to a race next week, I'm sure I can pass you off to some millionaire. But yes, they are very, very expensive. I mean, you're going to be very popular after tonight, by the way. But they're probably the motors in them alone. And once again, you can't finance. I make this joke all the time in my videos. You can't finance these things. You have to pay them cash. Probably
like
every
hand built.
What?
Custom hand built, same thing. I said, are they like custom built, hand built?
There's about 4 manufacturers that hand build them.
Mm-hmm.
The motors are the more valuable thing because they're rockets, So the thing that makes the rocket go is the motor. So the rockets in these cars, the motors in these cars are about $75,000 to $80,000 cash. The vehicles that propel the rockets are probably anywhere from $30,000 to $40,000 cash, and the toters, the vehicles that haul these things, they have 5 or 6 motors on the back end, ready to go in case the motor goes sideways. So you have about 5 times 6, or we'll just say 6 for an example. 6 times 7 is what, 42. So you got about $420,000 cash in motors. You have about 4 cars. That's about 160. So yeah, each hauler probably is encasing about $1.2 to $1.6 million in cash financing.
That's a lot of money.
I'm sure, Miss OnlyFans. We can introduce you to it. It's fine. You'll leave the Chaz. You can come tonight, leave to next week, and you'll be famous because you'll like leave me. That's fine.
Oh
I'm
my
the poor
God.
guy of the industry. I'm broke as fuck. I don't have nothing.
So have you ever raced one of these yourself or drove one?
I have hot lapped one of them, but
Okay.
hot lap to you is a whole nother meaning. I'm looking at a hot lap, if you know what I'm saying. But hot lap, I can't believe I said that. That's great. Hot lap is basically practiced. I've raced a little, but I'm not on the level of these guys. Oh God, they have the big one if you need it.
Does The big, not the little.
I really, so I'm curious more so. Now we're going to switch it around. We're going to flip it. How is someone to the degree of is this like a bigger industry? I feel like with racing, there's like 6 or 7 guys who can afford it. And obviously in the patriarchy, the value of the man is your financial value. The value of a woman is your aesthetic value. I feel like you have a lot of aesthetic value. So you're telling me what I'm seeing on the screen right here is not very valuable? Like how is something that I'm looking on the screen just sitting at home on the phone with the fucking guy on YouTube? That's ridiculous. You know, a little dirt guy, you know, that's all I'm saying. Like, you would think that someone with your aesthetic value, your eyebrows, you got the lips done.
No, imagine a bun. I got a hair bun right now.
Well, exactly.
My
We don't. I mean, we can do the video. We can do the video if you need. But I'm just saying, like, how is something? I mean, I just see like a sprint car. Like, we could show like the $140,000 race car next to your picture, and I'm like, I don't know which one's more valuable, bro. I may trade that one in for that one. And it's like,
get the fuck out of here.
I'm just saying, I mean, you're pretty stout right here on the screen right now. I mean, I'm making you very famous, so your value is going up. But you're saying this beauty right here I'm seeing on my screen right now that is on this phone is worth AAA fucking selling insurance? I mean, I was joking with you earlier about breaking necks. You got to worry about the claims on breaking necks. I'm looking at some neck breaking. I'm looking at some neck breaking value right here. I mean, I'm just saying, how are you still local? I mean, I can't believe you matched with me on the Facebook dating. I was like, oh my God, we got to get this one. There's like 4 others down in the South, but I'm just saying, I'm not proclaiming. I'm just curious. I'm not saying there ain't other girls out you that look aesthetically beautiful that have looked at me and said, hey, you're aesthetically beautiful too. I'm just simply saying, in the patriarchal system, how are you still here in this area? What happened? Something had to happen. I mean, that's what I'm asking.
Something had to happen. No, honestly, I'm a very family oriented. Long story short.
Okay. That's it. That's the excuse.
I didn't want to go like all into detail, but
hold on,
yeah,
we'll get a more religious picture up. Hold on. This is you looking scandalous. Hold on, we'll get a more. Do you have a picture of you with a Bible? Okay, there you go. Oh, we don't want to put nobody else's face on here. Hold on. We're trying to make you got a Corona, got a Texas A&M now. Oh my God. What are we doing here? This is you. I honestly, when I saw this video, I was like, who are you crying about? This looks like you're crying over somebody.
Oh, no, I had just left the gun range.
What? I
had just left the gun range.
You're hurting over somebody in this frame. That's what I saw. Somebody hurt your heart right there. And it's fine. I mean, we all get damaged. It's fine. We all get damaged. There's nothing wrong with saying it. But when I saw this video of you, I was saying to myself, who fucked her up? And I've been fucked up too. It's nothing wrong with admitting this. Somebody hurt you in this frame. You are sad. You are sad. You are sad in this. Look at that. That's the hold on. This is the eye. See, so this is the eyes of somebody got fucked up, and then she's like, all right, fuck you. Yeah, look at these. Look at this hair. Look at this smile. I'm gonna go ahead and take you down. All right. Hold on. We gotta get back here. This is like, all right, fuck you. I got you next. But this one right here, bro. What happened? I'm curious. You got fucked up right here. It's fine. You could say it. I mean, I'll delete the video or whatever. I'm just curious.
I was trying to give serious and sexy.
You were trying to be serious and sexy, but those eyes do not say serious and sexy. Now, hold on. These eyes say serious and sexy, but it also has resentment. These eyes say resentment. These eyes say I'm sad about something. I'm not wrong. That's why you ain't answering. I'm not wrong. Somebody fucked you up prior to this. And it's fine.
Oh my God.
See? Oh God, what? I ain't lying.
So,
I could see
Is
it.
this like another hobby of yours? You can look
No,
into people's eyes.
I'm really good at psychology, so I have good interviews. People always say I have good interviews because I go deep. Not as deep as the other side. I mean, if you want to experience that, we could try it out. But I'm just saying, like, I go deep with understanding people. That's the best way. So I'm really good at seeing somebody and seeing what they feel. And so when I saw this video, I did not see somebody happy. I did not see somebody enjoying their time. I saw somebody hurt. So what happened here? And we'll delete this. Nobody will know. They don't even know who your name is. Nobody knows what you're seeing right now. So you can vent maybe. I don't know, but
I was gonna be like, I don't want to bring no like gloominess to your.
no, you could bring it.
channel.
I mean, hey, we got 3 beers left. You know how this goes.
I wish I
This
had
ain't
margarita.
swinging doors. This ain't swinging doors. I promise. This ain't no Silver Saloon. But what I'm saying is like, what happened here? What's wrong? What happened? Did the guy with the blonde hair fuck you over? What happened?
No, I don't get my heart broken.
You're a
My
liar.
uncle passed away.
Stop being cocky. That's not what happens. Guys get their heart broke. Women get their heart broke. Stop being cocky about it. We all get fucked over.
No,
Somebody
honestly,
hurt you in this video.
I have a whole thing about like hearts and how to control that emotion of your life. I learned that at a very young age. But in this video, you are correct. My uncle passed away in a motorcycle accident, and me and his son were going to the gun range. And yeah, that is crazy that you can see that in my eyes.
Yeah.
That's wild. So good job. Kudos to you.
I mean, women fall in love with me all the time because I can read them.
That is a very good trait to have.
If you fall in
actually,
love
as a
with me,
man.
I will love it. It will be great. We could take over the world. But no, I could just see it. There's something in your eyes in the other videos that are very optimistic. And this video here, your eyes are not optimistic. They seem like they've seen something or know something that is not happy. So
yeah.
That's all it is, though. No one else. It seems like you're very. Was it a combination? Maybe. I mean, you could sit here and be as cocky as you want, and that's fine. You deserve it. I mean, we could put the other image up. I see why you could be cocky, but I do honestly believe that women do get hurt by guys, and I think obviously guys get hurt by women. But you are the cherished entity of the patriarchal system, in my opinion.
Well, I kind of look at it like, so I got my heart broke at a very young age. And after that, I kind of told myself, like, they didn't really do anything wrong. They kind of loved me the best that they knew how to love me.
That's a good way to look at it. Very good way to look at it.
That I know how to love. And these two people, he couldn't give me the love that I needed, but he loved me the best he could. And so I kind of look at it like that aspect. There's no reason to be mad at somebody that loved me or did the best they could, the best of their capabilities. And I've kind of like moved. That's how I move on.
That just makes me so mad. Because when I hear the best they could, I hear the best they couldn't. Like, it's like they knew, like, honestly, out of all these heartbreaking situations, you had to have at least in some period of time described to the person, hey, here's XYZ on what could make me be happy. And they made a choice, like a person that you cared about to the XYZ degree chose to not fit these elements of X, Y.
But
Like they chose
there's
to say fuck you in a way. I mean, that's just me.
there's so many gray areas to that though. Like you got to understand. Like for instance, my last relationship 4 years ago, his mother was very, very like I don't want to call her a whore, but basically that's what she was. So he grew up not really respecting women. I put myself in a position to fall in love with somebody who grew up in that environment and told him what I would like. So what I would like for myself without him going to get therapy, without him doing anything to help himself, I put myself in that position to fall in love with somebody who possibly could be dealing with past trauma. So,
but at the same time, you can only blame trauma. Like, so when you have trauma, and I've had my share, you can look at it as like, this is why I'm the way I am, or you can also look at it as this is why I'm not the way I am. So there's a choice
but what if it
there.
took me? What if it took me loving him unconditionally and showing him what real love is and showing him women aren't that way, and reaching my limit to where I was like, hey, look, you're not gonna treat me like this anymore. I'm gonna have to breaking it off with you, and him going through now that pain and realizing like I lost a good woman for him to grow in life, and then realize like, oh, I'm in control of this. Like I had her, and I now want to be. I've watched a man be better after me and treat someone better after me. So I kind of look at it like I might have been that learning experience for that person, because everyone gets to that point where they hit rock bottom or they wish they would have done things differently in a certain aspect.
And that's technically, I should be thanking them because that's the only way you're here right now, right? I mean, that's true. I mean, do you want me to change the eye look? Okay, hold on. There you go. There's you. Okay, fine. Put the best look. I don't want you to have your, sad look. I'm just saying. I thought about messaging you with that look because I was like, what's wrong with her here? Like something's not right.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously it was right that I thought that way. But at the end of the day, if another person learns about sprint, whether you like come out to a race one day, maybe, or and then leave me for another guy who's got the millions and all that, because I don't. Everybody loves me because I don't have the millions. But this is the image you would like to portray, because I was with oh God, I shouldn't be getting this degree, but my ex-fiance who broke the engagement, she was a billionaire, and there was some things that she did, I think, because of inherited privilege that I didn't think was right. And I would rather be with somebody who ain't got a fucking thing to offer, If I was to stay with her, I would have billions of dollars and all this shit. She even said this to me one time. She said, all I want you to do is just sit here and, be nice. And when XYZ passes away, we'll live like royalty, technically, for the rest of our lives. And I was like, okay, fine. Sure. But then when I got into the scenario and I was treated the way I was treated, I felt I valued treatment more than any monetary dollar that I could be offered. So I feel like treatment is extremely valuable, more so than any dollar amount, if that makes sense. So I don't know. Maybe I'm old school in that, or maybe I'm an idiot.
I'm definitely old school with that. I don't think you can put a price on feeling like comfortable and in love, because you can have no money at all and be inspired every single day to grow with the person that you love.
Right. Well, and I think that's different in today's society. I think we're in a very changing society, where male and female valuation, I think this evaluation is different. It's not the same as it was. I think it could be viewed as worse, but it could be viewed as better. I think that there's an extreme patriarchal view where a man makes the money and the woman is this hot chick that you purchase. It's, patriarchal value is you're an
I kind of
entity.
feel like it's always been that way. It's just been
Yeah, but that's why feminists would say that the world's patriarchal. But at the same time, I feel like there's a lot of regular and the funny thing in a patriarchal society, they could talk about women are just an object. Well, men are just a slave. That's the reality of the situation. Maybe the top guys who own everything, like they're running shit. Okay, cool. They're sitting back just picking girls from left and right. But most regular people are slaves in the patriarchal society. In the patriarchal society, men are utilized as labor forces. And that's been for thousands of years, from the Egyptians to now. We're just used as a slave force. No matter what way you want to look at it. We're utilized for what we can produce for someone higher up in the mantle. And I think this is an unfair judgment in today's society when they talk about patriarchy and feminism and all these things. It's like, who are you judging?
Yeah, I'm not a feminist at all.
Well, I hope you, that's fine. I got a halfway shot at you right now. Hold on, we go to the next frame. I don't want to ruin we don't want to make you look bad in this. Hold on. Oh, there's a dog. Oh, there's a cat. Hold on, what's this cat? Hold on. There's a cat. It's a black cat. Oh, my God. I will meow on that all night long, bro. Hold on. We're going to meow on that.
Shout out to my cat named Whiskey.
Oh, my God. I have to pee. Will you wait for me to come back or will you hang up?
Yeah, I know. I'll wait.
Okay, I didn't know. Hold on. We're putting the chat up. Can you see the chat or no?
Yeah, I can see the chat.
Okay. Respond to the chat.
Someone said, what is her hobby? I work for AAA. Hobbies, I like fishing. I like hunting. I collect rocks. And I take care of my cats. That Chaz philosophy goes in deep. Trying to say, I'll be okay with a lot less if they brought more money to the situation. I'll be okay with a lot less if they brought more money to the situation. What do you mean by that? Like a girl would say that? Kyle Larson is the greatest driver of all time. I feel like I should say that out loud just for you, Charlie. I have two cats. I have one cat named Cheesecake and one cat named Whiskey.
Are you answering cat questions? This is crazy. Are you answering cat questions? This is nuts.
Yes, me and somebody are talking about cats, the booze traveler.
Oh, my God. I'm causing a problem here. This is bad.
Well, I just found out Cheesecake, my cat that I thought was a girl, is a boy.
Okay.
His balls dropped.
So you didn't know that the cat was a boy this whole time?
No, I got Cheesecake at 5 weeks old, so I didn't. It was just fur down there. I didn't know if it was a cat or if it was a weenie, but yeah, balls dropped.
I'm trying to make you look proper in this. And so you have a black cat. Do you have any superstitions behind having a black cat?
Brings lots of good luck. No superstitions. I love my baby.
Okay.
He's special.
Okay. Are you ready to go to sleep? Do we need to let you go right now?
Do you have another caller?
No. They're stunned at this black cat right now. I think that's what's taking all the viewership. And you called this cat Whiskey.
Yeah, that's Whiskey.
Oh, my God. You just let this cat crawl all over you like a crab or something.
Wait, so do you not like cats?
Hold on, no. I gotta ask this. How much is your nail bill? What the fuck kind of French tip is this? Oh my God! Look how long they are, guys. That's like $400 a month right there. Oh my God! It's not gonna work, guys. How much is your nail bill a month? I'm curious.
So if I don't have my nails that long right now, but if I get them that long, it's about 200.
And I have to pay this if I want to like sustain you forever.
Well, I mean, it would be nice.
Oh, see, this is where the fucking owners take you away. But continue.
No, I mean, I already have like my nail money set aside, so.
I feel like I'm a farmer at this point. I find the good crops and I bring them in, and the people who own everything take them away. That's where I feel like I'm at.
I mean, is that what's happened to you recently while dating? How's your dating life been going? Let's talk about that.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I left Iowa. Oh God, do you really want to talk about this? Oh God.
Yeah, now I'm really interested in you, so bring it on.
And now you're really interested with your long nails. No. Okay, hold on. We'll get a good picture up. When was your birthday?
In January.
Oh my God, we got these photos. Wait, this is where the guy kissed her, guys. I was like, all right, I'm out.
Let me see this kid.
Some guy kissed you in here. The white dude. Oh, where's that? I'm gonna find it. All right. We'll get a good picture up, and then you can like. Where was this? Hold on. Where was the boat at? Where was the cruise at? Where was your cruise at?
I went to the Bahamas.
That was 47 weeks ago. Okay, I'm all right with that.
47 weeks ago.
That's what it said. It said 47. Hold on, I'm not lying. Hold on, I'm not gonna lie.
I know it was 47 weeks ago.
47 weeks is over a year. I was in Hawaii at the time. Actually, Australia and Hawaii. But I'm poor, so I make it as I go. I value life. And then this is the weird part with this girl, guys. This is what I'm saying. Like, so we go, wait, what is it? 60 weeks ago, she's doing some like Burberry stuff. She's got the cross on her throat. I don't know why that is. I'm not gonna ask no questions. We get to 47 weeks ago. She's in a cruise, and now she's like karaoke. I can do karaoke.
Donald Trump banned paper straws. Woo.
Hold on, what she got on here right here? Don Julio. So we can't even afford this bottle. Anyway, we continue. Yeah, she's just showing herself off. I'm definitely out. And here's where it changes. This is where I'm confused, guys. So it goes from the city slicker, cruises and blah, 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 to cowboy boots. Hold on, what happened? 27 weeks ago, so this is 6 months ago. Cowboy boots. She's on a truck all of a sudden. She's got cowboy boots on, I guess. I mean, a very profitable OnlyFans. Now, this is where the chest comes out. Now she's got a cowboy hat. Now she's in a Uber, I would assume, lip singing to some kind of song. And now she's into God all of a sudden. Now she's eating chips and salsa, Corona. She's Texas A&M all of a sudden. So this is why I'm confused. Now she's Starbucksing. Now she's crying. I'm like, okay, if I was to go here, hold on, let me show you what I'm thinking. I've been around a little bit. So I'm looking at, all right, red hat. Okay, Cardi B. Okay, what happened? Now she's, definitely Don Julioing. She's riding in, obviously, now she's showing off. She's pressing her chest up and kissing the lips. She's trying to show off her dancing skills. She's putting the booty on the camera. Now she's showing how much. Hold on. This is where she's like, all right. She's telling everybody right here, this is how much cost. Okay, so she's going on karaoke. This is city slicker, like, I'm traveling the world, you better be able to afford me. And then all of a sudden, cowboy boots, pop out. Now she's country in the last 6 months. Can you explain this to me? Texas A&M Starbucks crying. And this is where I think, like, what happened? You know, what happened? The crying tears, you say, the uncle. Now she's like, I'm moving on up. What happened here? You even tagged that as face card. Can we can show this face card? She put it as face card. How am I supposed to take this? And now you have the Carhartt on in this photo. What's the why do you have to do the whole jiggle with the chest thing? I'm curious. Can we? I might want to replay this. Y'all see this jiggle with the chest? Look at this. Hold on. We'll go right here. You see the jiggle? Hold on. I'm not fucking around here. You're crying. You admitted this was right, and then now you're jiggling. You see the jiggle? Hold on. Jiggle. What is that all about? Are you trying to be like what's happening here? What is happening with the jiggle? Hold on. Before I go into my relationship history and cry on camera, what's up with the jiggle?
I mean, I don't really know how to explain that. I just be posting stuff.
That was that white guy. I saw him kiss you. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not saying I'm overly zealous or jealous. I'm just saying when I see somebody get a kiss, I'm like, all right, they have some kind of claim to they have some kind of claim.
Please go to it. Go to the kiss right now.
I don't know where it's at. I tried to find it. I couldn't find it, which is good for you, I guess. But you wanted to know more about me.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to know? Or are you trying to go to sleep? It is 1:58. You're 15 minutes away. If you want to come get on the camera, we have a chair. But you are like 15 minutes away. This is fucked up. This is why she doesn't actually like me, guys. She's just playing the game, getting those views. What's your OnlyFans link? We got to at least link you.
Oh my gosh. I don't have an OnlyFans.
I mean, with that face, you should. I actually started a OnlyFans as a joke, but with you involved, we could take this to the next level. Anyway, what was you asking?
I was just asking, like, how's dating been going for you? How long have you been dating?
So, talk about like girls I've been with. Like, fuck, it was like 3 weeks ago. I had like 6 girls fighting. This one girl came to the house. It was creepy as fuck. Creepy as fuck. Well, I was on the road in Florida. I came to Texas. There was this girl, while me and the other girls broke up, that we had a thing. And then she owned a bar, actually. She ran the bar. And apparently, like, she introduced me to her friends. I told her before we went out, I was like, so do you want to tell your friends we're dating? Do you want to say we're doing anything? She's like, oh, no, we're just friends. So she went and told her fucking friends that we're just friends. And then when I hung out with her friends, like, 2 of her friends wanted to be more than friends. And then we went to this Waffle House and we all hung out, and I'm like just being me. And then when we left, the girl was like, yeah, this girl wants to fuck. And I'm like, okay, fine. And that's your problem. You didn't tell him we wanted to fuck. And then she's like, no. And she showed me the text messages where she sent the other girl like, no, I'm fucking this dude. Fuck you. And the girl still came to the house and was like trying to like, it was very awkward. I never been in that situation. I'm not that guy, but it was weird. It was weird. I know I'm ugly and fat and whatever, but for some reason, I mean, these 2 other chicks was like fighting. And then I like left. I left.
They were fighting for you?
They were fighting for the jalapeno. That's what I call it. You ever been to the
Oh my
supermarket?
gosh,
You seen a jalapeno? It's like, what are y'all fighting over, bro? Like, you can get a cucumber. It's right over there. The jalapeno is reserved for, love. I mean,
I love my jalapenos.
oh my God. We're about to fucking, hey, we already got the number. Hold on. 469. Hold on. We ain't going to tell it online. But this was my recent, that was like 3 weeks ago. And then I was like, fuck this. But regardless, that is my history. I'm very selective. So my problem is like, yeah, I could fuck a bunch of chicks if I wanted to, but I don't because I'm very selective. I think that when you're in a, I don't know if YouTube's going to flag this, but when you're in a sexualized moment with a person, you should reserve that for, in particular, individuals that you don't just view that as the moment. You should view that as more than the moment. If you're doing anything like that, I can count my sexual partners on both hands. If you're being, and I know that's not, mainstream, for instance, I think it's very, mainstream to be a whore. I don't think I'm a whore. I try to act like I'm not a whore. And I know this.
I feel like if you're gonna be a whore, at least like announce that you're a whore. Don't want to date no secret whore. Like I get with you, and then like the whole fucking town fucked you.
Well, but see, that's where I'm weird. So my zodiac, which zodiacs are demonic for the record, but my zodiac is very weird. So my zodiac, and I've tried to narrow it down. It's June 21st, 1987 at 4:20 a.m. I know 4:20, whatever. But it's like right on the cusp of Gemini and Cancer, like the minute. It's like the minute of the change. So it's like Cancer's supposed to be this like in love, sympathetic, care about everything. And then Gemini is supposed to be this like porn star or whatever who don't give a fuck. So it's like this weird kind of cusp where it's like you're like this in love porn star guy. So what I'm saying by that, and I feel like this is true, like, for instance, if me and you were to be in a relationship, we have to start an OnlyFans. Like, you're too damn hot. I couldn't, like, not show the world. But if you step out of line, go to hell. I'm out.
So, like, okay, I hope you don't take offense to this, but, like...
I know I'm too ugly for you. It's fine.
No. No, like, as far as zodiac sign goes, like, I've always known, like, Geminis to be awesome partners, first of all. Like, great partners, great teamwork people, awesome. But, like, they like to have their cake and eat it, too. Like... Polygamy usually works very well for Gemini, but because they know how to keep their partner happy emotionally.
Yeah, we're looking at emotionally right now. We pulled the Texas A&M clip where you're showing your ass off, but continue.
What the heck?
You can't find no clips like me out there like that. I'm just saying. You want to talk about polygamy? I'm looking at a polygamous clip here. Just saying.
Like, I'm single, okay? I'm single.
Okay. Yeah.
Advertising my assets.
Yeah, I'm talking about assets without the ETS. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just playing. Hold on. We'll get you a good clip back up. Damn, that's a baddie. Hold on. We're going to go to hell after this. Anyway, you're saying? I was distracted by a female. Well, you know who that is, but.
Yeah, so are you like monogamous or do you like
100%? Who the fuck would do polygamous? I mean, I'm not saying there's a gas chamber, but spiritually, yes. In my opinion, polygamy is spiritual gas chamber. Personally.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that. No, I'm not. Once again, back to the sex aspect. I'm not gonna. Once again, I can count my sex partners on two hands. I could have like 40 hands, but I have said no to situations that most would say yes, and that's based on a belief system. Whether that belief system is right or wrong, that's not up to me. That's up to the higher power. I don't think personally that it's right to look at somebody and say you love them or care about them or fuck or whatever and not commit. I think that real love is sacrifice and devotion, personally. You know, what I mean by that is like you could find, think about it like this. It's like a meal. This is how I would say it. And you're a hell of a meal. I'm not degrading your value of hot sauce and chips. But what I mean by this is like, think of your greatest meal you could ever have. Whether that's
Hamburger helper.
What is that?
I said hamburger helper.
Well, I mean, that has increased your value by a couple dollars, but at the end of the day, no one's playing. If it was Wagyu or fucking filet mignon or whatever, if you had to pick your best meal, the best guy is what I mean by this, or best woman, and this, unfortunately, polygamy and monogamy is based on sexual attraction or satisfaction. So what I mean by this is like, you could pick the best meal you could ever eat. This is her. Once you eat the same meal every day, you're going to want something. It don't matter if it's the best fucking meal you could ever. It don't matter if you love fucking In-N-Out Burger. Eventually, you're going to want some fucking Chicken Express. You're going to want Chick-fil-A. You're going to want... I'm just saying...
I think you're comparing love to something...
Well, no, I know I'm simplifying it, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Trust me, I'm trying to keep my chances
love
open.
Isn't a meal. Love is like a classic car that's been passed down by generations.
Right,
like,
exactly.
I'm not going to get tired of that car.
Well, even if you want to put it in that prerogative, you could say your best classic car, whatever it is. I'm simplifying it to meals, correct. But your best classic car, you have to drive this car every day. And my car, for the record, is kind of famous in the racing world because it's got 450,000 miles on it. I don't trade it in. And I was trying...
450,000 miles?
Yeah, 448, actually. If I drive to see you, it might be 449. But what I'm saying is, like, I value the connection. So back to what you were saying with the car, if you have a car that you have committed to, most people see something new rolling by, and they want to trade it in. They want to get what's hot.
That's where the debate goes with the polygamy.
But that's the difference between polygamy and monogamy. What is more valuable? Is the more valuable commitment to you the newer car?
Okay, so the argument for polygamy would be, who am I to tell you that you can't have both cars?
So you're a polygamist. That's fine if you are. It's fine
no,
if
no,
you
no.
are. It's fine.
No. I'm not polygamy at all. When I fall in love, like, I can fall in love and not be attracted to anybody else for years. Like, no.
Now, will you fall in love with a cucumber or a jalapeno? That's the bigger question at this point.
I don't like cucumbers, and I love the fuck out of some jalapenos.
Oh God, this is I'm about to go touch myself tonight. Continue your conversation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but no, like, I think the reason why I so strongly believe in it is because of how I love myself. Now, if I didn't love if I didn't love this way, then I probably wouldn't believe in it so much.
What is this way to you?
When I fall in love, that person is the only person that matters to me. Like, I don't even find attraction in anybody else. Like, it's not like, I could see Morgan Wallen, and he's not going to do shit for my body. Like, I'm not going to get turned on or anything because I'm in love with somebody. If anything, like, I'm going to be like, miss my man, I want my man. I'm one of those my man type of girls. Like, and I can say this because I was in a 5-year relationship where I didn't feel any temptation to be with anybody else.
Okay. Why?
Honestly, and hold
on. That would be my question. Is what is I hate to say it this way, but what is valuable enough for your commitment?
Like what makes me fall in love, or why I'm like,
Yeah,
I think I'm
is it action? Is it value? What I mean, that's fine. I mean, whatever you are. I mean,
it just goes on self-discipline. Like
no, but what
I
makes
fell
you?
in love with this
No,
person.
no. I understand the self discipline. What is it? If we were to say X, Y, Z, what is X, Y, and Z? You say X, you don't care about cucumber or jalapeno. That's great for me so far. But what is Y? What is Z for
See,
you?
that's the tricky part about it.
Right.
Is that I don't like have a certain type of person that I picture myself with. Like I'm not one of those girls, oh, he has to be 6 foot, he has to be this, he has to do this. No. I have to, when I meet up with you, I have to instantly feel butterflies.
Are you
and
saying you're
sparks
meeting
in
up with me
order-
now? Hold on. Are we closing that deal right now? I mean, hold on.
No. I'm just
She
saying,
said
like,
no, guys.
yes,
For the
I
record,
do-
she
I
said
do-
fucking
no,
no.
I do-
I just want y'all to know
I
this.
do. Oh my gosh, I do plan on meeting you, of course.
Oh, no.
I wouldn't
It's
have-
fine. No. You stay away. It's fine. I would suggest this to stay away as well. I don't want to
I don't
fall
know.
hard. I don't want to
You're
fall
Gemini.
hard. I'll fucking cry tomorrow or something.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not shy. Continue. I didn't want to ruin you were making a point. Make your point.
No, I was saying like with me, like I guess the reason why I'm so particular and I want to just keep that so close to me. It takes forever to feel a spark. It takes forever for me to feel any kind of emotion for anybody. It's years. It takes years for me to meet somebody and feel something for them.
Or
when I
20
feel
or
that-
30 acres, according to your profile. Continue.
So when I feel that something for somebody, I want to hold on to it for as long as I can.
Okay. Is that
But
where
I
you
am like it comes with red flags. Like I do get very territorial and all that kind of shit. Like
Yeah, and that was my reasoning for the joke earlier with the whole claims on broken necks. It's like, I've been with extremely, I would say personally, attractive women, and if you're with somebody to your degree, you have to accept. For instance, if you or me were to go out to a club, just one club, I'm going to expect at least 15 to 20 guys to advance on you, and it's up to you to handle that. It's not up to me to fight every guy who sees you physically attractive. It's up to you to respect and defend your territory. It's not up to me. That's how I see it, at least. Maybe you see it as being a bitch or whatever, but
no, I completely agree with that aspect. And I'm also one of those firm believers. Like I'm a reflection of what I invest in. So if I'm in love with you, I'm a reflection of you. And why would I give my attention to any guys? Because that reflects on you. Like, oh, she must not take that person seriously.
Right. Back to the respect element.
She likes to waste her time. They're not even going to take me seriously because I'm claiming I love somebody, but I'm out here acting like I don't. The guy whoever that girl is entertaining is not going to take her seriously because she doesn't protect what she invests her time in.
Right. Well, it's a situation where it's like, if you're trying to shop, you should shop,
And if that's the case, just be single, which I've been single for well over 3 years because that's what I'm doing. I'm shopping right now.
That's not true. You're lying. You're lying. Hold on. We're going to get to the chat. We're going to find the guy kissing her. Hold on.
Oh, my God.
Continue. It's okay. No. Don't get mad. Don't hang up. Hold on. We're going to find it.
No. I'm not going to get mad. I want to see this. I need to see
There's
this.
some
so
white dude all up
page.
on her, guys. He's like got the Jake Paul look. What do you mean? Continue your speak. I didn't mean to like ruin your
No. So yeah, I have been I have been single and, you know, just dating.
She's been playing the
Trying to
field.
find that perfect somebody. In the field.
Playing the field. And somehow you're on this thing at like 3 a.m. That makes the biggest nonsense of all. You're lost. What can we do do we need to send you to church? What's going on?
No, it's my stupid work schedule. So I feel like I don't have any life, so I stay up all night.
So
I
you're
feel like
telling me I'm a reflection of your non-life with your horrible schedule. That's what you're saying.
Okay, but at the same time,
You said okay. Okay, fine. As long as you admitted it, that's fine. That's okay. Continue.
At the same time, I do value time a lot. So the fact that, you know, I am sitting here on the phone, I do find it interesting. Or I would have been said, hey, I got to get in the shower.
I mean, we can do some shower videos if you want. I mean, that's very valuable as far as I'm concerned. What's wrong?
What's wrong with what?
You're obviously, you know, accepting claims for broken necks left and right. What is keeping you from being you? What's missing? You're on the obviously the only way I know you is because we matched on the dating app.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that you personally view as missing? It's not, and this is a very, and maybe this is my own personal, you know, wanting to know. What is it? What is it that someone to your degree of beauty, attraction, self-reflection, whatever it is, what is it that someone like you is missing in life that you want? What is the gap, if that makes sense? What is the gap that you're searching for?
Come on, baby. Come outside.
I can come outside anytime you want.
feel
I will pull out as much as you want. Continue. No, I'm just playing. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't hang up, please. No.
No, I'm not gonna
What is? I know. I heard come outside in a whistle, and I was down to play the game, but it's a whole nother game right now. What is it? What is it that someone to your degree of physical attraction, beauty, you have the world at your fingertips. What is it that the fingertips is missing, technically?
I don't have kids and I got a good job. I think why I'm so single is probably my career choice at the moment.
I'm not talking about why you're single. I'm not talking about why you're single. I'm talking about what you're missing. What do you selfishly? What do you selfishly? Hold on, we'll put a good picture up for you, just for you. What are you selfishly wanting? Not all this other shit. You as an individual, what are you searching for? What do you want?
To be a wife.
That's it.
That's it.
So is that instilled or is that natural? Like, is it influential? Like, somebody's influencing you to want to be XYZ. That's what I'm saying.
No. I don't have nobody pressuring me to like, hey, when are you gonna get married? No, that is no. No, I just remember I was like 7 years old when I seen a shooting star and I wished for, instead of a pony, I wished for a big family and a husband. Like, I don't know. I just always wanted it.
So that's like your down payment. Like, that's what you're out for.
That's what would make me satisfied with life.
Do you think so? A lot of people have ideas of what would make them happy, and they get them, and they just like Kim Kardashian. I say it all the time. It's like the cosmetology industry, for example. It's like you want to cut, prod, do whatever you want to make yourself feel satisfied with yourself, and it's like you get what you want, and then you do more. You know, um, that's what I'm saying. Is it something that you would get to and not once you're in it, you feel like right now that's the finish line. But once you get to the finish line, do you want more? Or what's making you feel like that is it?
No, that's just the overall goal for me. But as of yeah, I'm a person that loves to grow. I'm gonna continue to grow until I die. I'm always gonna want more.
Right.
Whether it be, you know, kids, land, animals.
20 or 30 acres. I know. I don't fit the prerogative, but continue.
Yeah, like investing in your future, investing in your kids' future, or whoever you want to leave stuff behind. You know, it's just from there. But it all systematically revolves around a family.
They'll message me tomorrow, be like, Chaz, you could have had her, but you couldn't give her what she wanted. It's fine. It's fine. I'm used to watching the sunset in a way.
So I take it what you don't want a wife and kids?
No, I think that's the technical notion. I think that's very. No, I think that everybody should want that. They just know. That's the only problem.
They just know what?
They just know that, I mean, I'm doing what I can with what I got. You want establishment. I don't have establishment.
Where did I say establishment in anything that I said?
I feel like establishment is needed to provide what you want.
I don't recall giving a time frame on that, though.
Well, no, I'm not trying to ruin the show or end it in a sad note, but
No, I'm just saying, like, don't close the door.
Well, hold on. I'm just saying, if I was to evaluate your request versus what I could provide, there's a ton of people who could provide better. I know I could list them off. So that's all. I'm just thinking about you.
Yeah, but I don't wish to, like, have a family with just anybody. I wish to have a family with somebody that I fell in love with and grew a bond with. And that doesn't happen, you know, in a month.
That's very romantic. It's beautiful. You should be a baddie for 10 years.
For 10 years.
I could make you a baddie for about 3 months. The thing is, I would make you a baddie for 3 months, and then you would find what you're looking for. It's the sad part, unfortunately.
You have said that multiple times.
I mean, I'm not fucking around. Like, the unfortunate part for me is I know too many people, and I know what beauty is. You're one of the most beautiful women I've seen in a long time, so I know I'm not the only one who sees that. And I know, based on your description, what you're looking for. And I know that a lot of people would see the offerings you have to provide. That's all.
So would you prefer a woman that was a little uglier and had a little more
No. I don't provide. I'm not from no. No, I'm looking for a unicorn, and you're just a stallion. You know, you're fucking a bad motherfucker, so it's fine. It's fine. I'm looking for a unicorn, and you're a stallion. I mean, you're like Rocky Balboa. You can knock them all out.
Well, it definitely saves a lot of people time when you get down to it on, like, overall goals and what you want. And do they align?
Right.
A lot of people get into relationships and then they're like, fuck you, you fucked my life up. And their goals never aligned to begin with.
That's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, a lot of people are used to, at least in I call it the male domain. A lot of people in the male domain are used to purchasing what they want.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem with the female domain is they're used to being purchased, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. So if you're not aware of the game, you get played. Hold on, we'll take your picture off. You got the red hat on. I don't want to ruin you. What is this? That is the best one. Oh my! I gotta turn it. Hold on, we gotta turn it. Hold on. You said that's 47 weeks ago. Wow. Hold on. Look at this one with the booty. Look at that. Oh my God. That had to get you like 6,000 guys in your DMs. Hold on. I don't want to keep you up all night. We obviously gotta let you go. You're dancing on swinging doors. It's all right. Swinging doors. It's all right. The question I do have though.
Mm-hmm.
What's your best karaoke song you can know?
Bon Jovi, Living on a Prayer.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's how I've got is skill or talent, whatever you call it. So I was curious on where your talent goes.
My karaoke talent?
Any talent you got. I mean, I'm looking at some talent, but you want to be a good girl, so you don't want to, display that talent. That's fine. That's great. I think it's awesome. But yeah, your vocal talents. I'm curious. Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Do you karaoke?
You ain't heard my songs.
Mm-mm.
I got some songs.
I got some songs too.
Can you feature on my songs? Hold on, we could do a song this week, bro. I can get you over here. Not over here, unless you want to be over here. We can make some songs. I have some songs on my mind currently. You could be a feature if you want.
Okay, I'm down for that. That sounds
my
fun,
one
actually.
song's got like 10 million on Spotify.
What?
Yeah. You don't know who you're talking to. See, the people in the comments, they're like, "Oh my God!" But we can make you. This is why I say you could come in all nice, but if you want 20 or 30 acres, there's plenty of people who will take you away instantly.
Hey, you split up on 20 to 30 acres.
I'm just reading what you said, bro. I mean, do we need to put it on the camera? I'm just reading what you say. I mean, we can provide you plenty of people who could provide you 20 or 30 acres.
You trying to pimp me out?
No, I'm not. God, I don't want to. You're so beautiful. No, I just see my heart breaking into a million pieces when I say that statement. But, no, I mean, yeah, we could. There's plenty of acreage in the world. But acreage is purchased. At 20 or 30 acres is where you're valued at. I don't like to say it that way, but if you're going to say it that way, I mean, yeah, it's possible. Oh, God.
I just put my personal goals. I plan on buying the land next to my grandpa's house.
Okay.
So.
Oh, my God. I'm looking at acreage.
That wasn't like, I didn't put that to put any pressure on a man. That was just like my goal.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I mean, you deserve it. It's fine. What is your acreage, by the way, so we can make it an even playing field?
Like goal?
What do you mean?
What do I want?
What's your acreage?
What is this question? I don't know.
I'm trying to be fair to the slob knockers of the world. What's your acreage? What you I mean, if I was to gauge, it's at least a G cup. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, double D.
Oh, double. Oh no,
I'm
I'm out. Gotta be triple or up. 34?
No.
32?
Mm-mm.
Lower?
Yeah.
28?
No, 38.
38. Okay, oh, I said 34. You said lower. So
Come here, baby.
I will as soon as you want me to. Where am I going? I got an Uber right here. I got the app. Anyway. Are you ready to get off here?
Yeah, it's about that time to go to bed.
Without you is the problem. That's the biggest problem.
Oh, little inchworm.
Well, Inchworm is my nickname, but I'm not telling you what. No, I'm just kidding. I'm halfway kidding. I hope. Did you have fun at least?
Yeah, I had a great time.
You took over the show. You're going to be famous tomorrow. I hope you're okay with that. Do you need
Be quiet.
any links or anything we could put in the description? I mean, I don't want you to be like, I don't want you to come on here for, I guess, 3 hours and waste your time.
No links. Just good conversation. Thank you for entertaining me tonight.
She's never talking to us again, guys. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Well, thanks for talking. Should I text the number you gave me or no?
That's up to you.
No, I'm asking you. You're the baddie.
You're the one that seems like you're not eligible to talk to me.
No,
so.
I can be. I've talked to you for 3 hours. How's that not eligible? I mean, I've displayed a lot to you. I displayed more to you than I should have. So, no, I feel like I'm fine. I'm not insecure at all. But I mean, I know what you are valued as in my world. So, got plenty of acreage out here. I can't provide it, but I know someone who will.
Here you go. Yeah, text me. Text my phone.
Okay.
All right. Good night.
Is it going to be good?
Come on. Time to get in the house.
Oh, my
Go.
God. Okay.
All right. Bye, y'all.
Oh, God. I had to cut her off. We're in trouble, guys. What's the chat saying? Oh, no. You got an Oregon. What does that even mean, guys? You gotta explain this to me. I thought that was good. I thought that was great. I thought that was grand. You should sell vacuums, and you could also follow the series. Chaz could definitely sell the hell out of vacuum cleaners. That's being honestly very derogative. Why are you saying vacuum cleaners, guys? That's very mean. Very mean. I wouldn't be saying that. I know, 30 acres. She said 20 or 30. I really can't. I can't do it. I know some people who can. I know some people who would instantly, like, if that girl was to come to a World of Outlaw race, there's like 40 people who would be like after her just to take her away and give her the 30 acres. There's people willing to pay 30 acres just to take her away, just to hurt me. It's fine. It's fine. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it. Fucking 5.5 hours, guys. I don't know why. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in. That was the show. If y'all don't enjoy that show, I don't know what's going to make you enjoy it. We will catch you next time. I don't know when the next time is going to be. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in. We will catch you next time. Subscribe, like the video. Bye-bye for now.
I'm ready to rip. I'm correct. The fish in the water. Hit my mark. Took it and said. ready to reach. Place my bets, hey, you never know when playing on hopes what you could achieve. Making the goal, peace with the soul, don't matter the bottle with what you believe. Cause if I'm taking it all in, the calling is harder with nothing that's harder than free. Not giving up, no, don't trip, gotta go. Take a slip, make a pass, a little low. Put it down the gas for a show. Slide a pass in the grass for the opo. Got first, never last for the oh no. To the pass, to the glass, to the photo. Cause I'm gonna pass all you cowards with ease. And when them speeding demons come, we don't feast with the beast and the evil hunting lust. Burn your cheeks when I speak with my real passion, love. Turning all your tricks against you cause you're one and only master. Here, God, ready to rip. On my high, ready to rip. With the armor, ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ooh, yeah. Trying my hardest to stay with the best. Flexing yarns on my chest. Facing problems down the depths. I'm ready to rip. I'm correct. A fish in the water. Hit my mob. Something it said. Indian honest. Where my hands are strapped in his harness. Ready to rip. Hey, jump on that track. Ready to roll. Ready to rip. Ready to reach. Place my bets. Hey, you never know when playing on hopes what you could achieve. Making the goal. Peace with the soul. Don't matter the bottle with what you believe. Cause if I'm taking it all in, the calling is harder with nothing that's harder than free. Not giving up, no. Don't trip, gotta go. Take a slip, make a pass, a little low. Put it down the gas for a show. Slide a pass in the grass for the opo. Got first, never last for the oh no. To the pass, to the glass, to the photo. Cause I'm gonna pass all you cowards with ease. And when them speeding demons come, we don't feast with the beast and the evil hunting lust. Burn your cheeks when I speak with my real passion, love. Turning all your tricks against you cause you're one and only master. Here, God, ready to rip. On my high, ready to rip. With